is one that we really, I think Scarlett definitely had a good formation of what we wanted to do. And this discussion really solidified the meaning. So I hope you love it. We had a great time. Everybody be safe out there. Be very careful, and power to the people. Thanks so much for listening.
For a spell on you. 'Cause you're mine. Better stop the things you do. Oh, I ain't lying. No, I'm not lying. You know I can't stand it. You're running
Hello there. Hello. It is
And
not
hello.
a winter wonderland.
We are waiting for the Armageddon of snow and ice. I can only describe it as a media frenzy where
Yes.
I will say I went to what is the equivalent of a very poor man's Costco here, and it was not that bad. I mean, there were people with cases of water in their shit, but it wasn't like a madhouse. Now, the grocery store, on the other hand, was, and apparently the Trader Joe's was devoid of all product. So, not great.
Wow.
Yeah. What about you? How are you?
We went shopping on Tuesday and Wednesday. So, and of course, today is Saturday morning when this is being
Yes.
recorded. And it wasn't crazy. So that's good. Although I was going to get a water main key because
Oh,
I
yeah.
have a wrench. That's not the greatest tool. It's better to have the tool that does the thing
Yep.
specifically
Yep.
that you're trying to do. And
Always.
they were sold out. So
Oh, bummer. God
yeah,
dang.
everyone
But
else
you have a
this-
way to do it.
Yeah, I can just get in there with a
Okay.
wrench. It's just a pain in the tits. So
Yeah, for sure. Especially when it's like sleeting and doing dumb shit on you while you're trying to do that shit. Trust me. My husband, the ex plumber, knows a lot about that shit. He hates it.
I'm sure.
I feel like we still have a water main key, but here we luckily, and in San Diego also too, we have a shut off at the house, which is
Oh.
very convenient. Yes, very convenient.
Interesting.
Yes.
Hey, this is
Now-
Hex Rated, where we talk about witchcraft and meteorology and plumbing.
Ooh. Yeah, there should be, you know what? There could be some really good witchcraft to come out of this storm.
Ooh, that's a really good idea.
I know if I could turn this shit around in a day, which who knows? Maybe I fucking can. Everybody could do some serious hexing with all of this energy.
Yes.
I know a few things I would like to hex.
I would also like to applaud the people of Minneapolis that have been out in the
Absolutely.
streets by the thousands in
Absolutely.
temperatures I can't even understand.
Nope.
And
yeah.
hopefully this will be yet another example of do not attack a winter people in the winter time.
As if we
Napoleon
did not learn
found it
from
out. Hitler found
Right.
it out. Like,
Yeah.
you are
It's too
at
cold,
a
too cold.
disadvantage, man.
You're not going to win, and those people don't give up.
Yeah,
Do
they
we
do
all
not.
do we remember the land of the North? That's right. They're fucking fighters.
Do you have any other corners? Oh, I have one corner. Last time I mentioned that I got from OpenSea a balm that was based
Yes.
on the 9 herbs. I think I said 7. I don't know where I got that. So it is the 9 herbs charm. In case you
Nice.
tried to Google it and were like, she has dyscalculia.
I actually Googled the planner, and it is very beautiful. I was a little jealous, but I
think
did
I'm-
not buy one.
Well, I don't really need the planner part of it, so I think I'm just going to make it like my journal. So
Yeah.
do like if I remember dreams or tarot readings or other random thoughts. So
Well, right, and that way you don't have to rely on date-based things. You can make your own dates in it, and also you wouldn't have to get like replacement shit every year for the pages. I assume you can replace the pages, yeah.
no.
Maybe. No? Like the date pages? That's dumb. I mean, just that they want you to buy a new $50 one every single year.
Yeah, but it has different content.
Yeah.
The
Okay. Well
little
then,
beginning,
then
each month there's like a ritual and like fun facts and stuff.
so they
And
just rewrite one for every year.
yeah,
That's cool. Okay. Well then,
they're
yeah,
they're different.
dude, I'd spend $50 on dumber shit. So yeah,
Truly, truly.
truly. I don't think I have any more corners. Just hunkering down. Very exciting. I'm just hoping everyone out there keeps their power. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get into it.
Okay. Well, plowing ahead on the in between snow plowing ahead.
Boo.
Have you seen the Scottish snowplow tracker?
No, please tell me more.
There's apparently, like, if you live in Scotland, there's like a government site or something where you can track the progress of the snowplows to see if roads that you need to traverse have been cleared or not. But
Okay.
all the snowplows have ridiculous names, so it's kind of hilarious.
Tell me
There's
more.
like Snowy McSnowplow, but most of them are really good puns. Let me see if I can just Google it real quick and give you a taste.
Please. I can't wait.
Okay, here we go. Here's some.
Okay.
Gritney Spears,
Okay.
Sir Salter Scott,
All right.
Fleetwood Mac,
Yes.
Gritter Thunberg, after Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Betty Whiteout, Sweet
Nice.
Child O'Brien, Plowy McPlowface,
Okay.
The Big Leplowski,
Nice.
Cleopatra. You're
I don't get
killing
it.
me.
Oh, Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's bad.
On Her Majesty's slippery surface.
Okay, I don't hate that. That's funny. That's adorable. But that is in Scotland.
Yes,
you
that
say?
is not here. We don't have snowplows here, so there's
No
no
shit.
tracker.
For real, don't. No.
If
It
you're
has
lucky,
the time begun?
They'll put
Go ahead.
sand down, so then you'll just have
I was gonna
dirty
say.
ice.
Dude, Texas is not the best at roads, but I will say, the roads here, they'll get right out as soon as it stops snowing. I saw about fucking 20 plows between here and 6 miles from here on my way to the budget Costco. Yeah, Texas, y'all can't.
We are
Y'all
not
can't snow.
prepared.
Oh, I was going to say, has the time begun of semis slowly sliding down bridges? Because that's my favorite part.
No. It
Okay.
hasn't, but oh my God, I have stories of that were terrifying.
Tell me more. Should we talk about that now?
I was trying to get to the Dallas Stars New Year's Eve game. And I don't know, this would be like circa 2001 or something.
Okay.
And
Yep.
I was taking the tollway. So it's this bridge. So I'm going from the bush to the bridge.
Yep.
And it's way up there. And there's a bunch of cars. And it's backed up all the way down the bridge. But so we were basically at a standstill. But every time I took my foot off the brake to inch forward, the car would also slide slightly to the left where the bridge inclines. So,
No, ma'am.
oh my God, it was a nightmare. I don't know how I did it. It was terrifying.
I would not have made it through. Better you than me. You and Pappy probably would be fine. I would be freaking the fuck out. So let's skip right over that. Oh, but real quick, why don't we tell the people a little bit of magic they could do during the storm? Because I will fucking just put this out right like now. No editing. Fuck it.
Is the one
No,
from before out already?
Nah, we can do it out of order. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Right?
People will be
Yeah,
like,
fuck
she
it.
didn't make a mistake on that 9 herbs charm. I don't know what she
Well, what I can do is I'll give a heads up before and be like, hey, guess what? It's out of order. Woo, fun.
Woo, surprise. I
Surprise.
see.
Okay, so hexing with like terrible winter storm weather. Go.
I think one would be if you kind of do any sort of meditative work where you reach out to like plants or animals or stones or something. You could maybe try that with the storm. I have not tried that before. So your results may vary. It might backfire spectacularly. So I don't know. What happens when you become one with an ice squall? Who knows? And then ask it to, take that energy and target ice specifically, since, it's right there in the name, you guys. It's right there in the name.
It's right there. It's right there.
Also, we've talked about hail water before. That is not me twanging and saying hell. That's HAIL. Oh my God. One of my friends was trying to say gel, and they said jail.
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 Yeah.
Like you're
jail
gonna
for your hair.
You're going to get arrested and go to jail.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You might.
You might. Who knows?
At this point in time, you should not necessarily be using jail for your hair.
Well, also, you could be detained for pretty much no reason or any reason. So
that's true.
But
jail or jail.
We were talking about hail water, where I saved some hailstones and I let them melt into water, and then I labeled it. So I used that on like banishing and hexing magic. And I like that because the idea is like you kind of have to like get a little hurt to give a little hurt. So, I had to endure the hailstorm and like dents on my car and like worrying that the windows were going to break and all that business. So it was not free. But it's basically like a Roth IRA. I paid the tax up front to later unleash it tax free. So
I love that.
Yeah. That's a little.
Well, that fits with this. I mean, some people are getting like 2 feet of snow. So that's not like nice snow. That's like mean snow that's going to fuck your week up. So especially like, dude, here it's just going to stay under freezing for a week.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not going away. So yeah, you could use that to your advantage. So let's do that.
Like less hexy magic. If, for example, I've got heaters in my bathrooms that face the outside wall. So maybe like as I am contemplating if those are freezing or not and hoping that the heater is doing its job, you could also make those pipes be like the structures you are trying to disband and imagine them melting away. So the protective energy that you're bringing to your home, you can also tag on to this idea of melting this very heartless, systemized,
destructive bullshit.
Yes.
Force. Yeah, that's brilliant. I enjoy that very much. Okay, that's very exciting, and we will report back.
Yeah, I'm gonna become one with the ice storm and probably
do
die.
it.
I'm probably
no. Don't do that. Don't die. No. Do we want to just jump right in then?
Yes, let us do it. Jump like
Let's
we're jumping into a delightful bank of snow as children.
That is also true, and I mean, these are exciting elements that we probably won't see for the next 24 hours because they are in the sky where the clouds will be. So we're going to talk about the card that could possibly be in between the moon and the sun.
Total eclipse of the heart.
Very nice.
That was my Bonnie Tyler.
It was Bonnie Tyler for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
The meatloaf part. Okay.
No.
So I was excited to do this one because unlike the other ones that we've worked with where we really could not, we either haven't honed in on the perfect title or, came up with it while we were discussing. This one, obviously, it's going to be eclipse. Duh.
Yeah. Yeah.
The moon and the sun together. It's an eclipse.
Right.
So, I'm going to just kind of, I think the meaning, though, is going to be a little hard to pin down. And
okay.
So, I've got for the moon, it's about intuition, secrets, potentially deception. Reverse, it can mean like concealment, lies, perhaps like cheating. The sun, on the other hand, is like harmony, joy, identity, confidence, generosity, like your true will. So I'm not really sure what would actually be in between those feelings. But I think maybe we could generate some ideas from just the vibe of eclipse and sort of make it its own thing. So instead of trying to find a midpoint between like secrets and like joy, which I'm not really sure those are even on the same track. So I was thinking maybe something like awe or like an epiphany or like an omen, like, because I'm thinking about historically when you have eclipses, like, you know, everyone's like, oh, this is like some kind of omen, or this is
super weird.
What is happening? And
right,
you know,
not
and
a thing that happens.
right. There were cultures that developed very sophisticated mathematics and astronomy to calculate when these occur and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
So, well, I like that idea, and I like that. You could start thinking of it being, and I know this, we were like, don't think about what could be in between these cards, but like the feeling, but maybe between illusion and joy or enlightenment or whatever is the period of time where you are literally calculating.
Oh, I like that, because we were just talking about calculating when they occur.
Right, exactly. So like maybe the you are calculating what it's going to take to get to the sun place.
Ooh, okay, I like that.
Am I going in a direction?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I like that, because it's like, what would you need to do to change like deception into confidence, or like secrets into joy, or intuition
and it's
into
almost
true will?
Well, and it's like it's not 100% like an eclipse. It's not 100% hidden from you, right? So you can see the thing beyond the shadow of where you want to get to.
Right. I like that. Okay.
All right.
Hold on.
All
I'm
right.
gonna write that down. That's really good.
Write it down. Oh, well, see, this is what happens when I don't take notes. Woo! Just
Okay.
vibing.
Yeah, okay, so
okay.
I do like that, of like this idea of like there's a goal and you can see it, but maybe the path is unclear.
Right.
Or
like the path is literally obscured by
yeah.
shadow. Yeah.
So
all right.
Okay, I'm liking that. I'm also liking the idea of like it being an omen, because going the other direction, you know, if you're experiencing joy, you don't want it to like be deceptive. So there's also this moment of going from the sun to the moon, of, you know, kind of freaking out, Chicken Little, like really over blowing like what this omen is, and like really thinking everything's doom and gloom when it's just a temporary state.
Oh, I like that. Temporary state. That's perfect. Write that down. That's a good one. I mean, also, the energy of the moon to me is very like, ooh, I am bewildered. Like, I am confused. And I like that as being some kind of way to get to not being confused anymore.
Yes. Ooh,
Okay.
and what about like you're not supposed to look directly at the eclipse? So there's also this element of like the path that you were trying to take to get to the object of your desire is blocked or shadowed. And so maybe you should just stop looking at that, because the longer you look at it, you're going to burn your retinas. So,
right.
You know, maybe like these indirect methods, because like obviously you can have like UV blocking glasses, or do the little trick where you have the pinhole and you see it.
The box.
Yeah. So that could also be an element to it, that like you're either looking at things, you're taking a different direction, or that maybe you're turning to some kind of outside, more scientific or technological apparatus.
Yes. I like this a lot. This makes a lot of sense to me. Let's see. I also think, that the sun indicates kind of a mood of complete confidence, So I was thinking about like what is a interim state between not being confident and being super confident. What is that called? Like
Tentativeness or
yeah, pensiveness maybe,
yeah.
or just like not 100% believing in yourself until you have evidence that you should, or vice versa. Like if you get it, these cards in a different order, like the sun's first and then's the moon or whatever. If you get the eclipse card, maybe that means the reverse, like you're too confident and you need to chill
Yeah.
a little. Okay. All right. I like that too.
Okay. Well, I like where you're going with this to pick stuff that some words and then just kind of move them to the left or the right. So
Yeah.
If confidence, kind of moving it to the side, identity, kind of the same thing of self-consciousness a little bit, stage fright.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Joy. I mean, joy is like pretty superlative. So really
Sure.
just like mild happiness. I don't know.
Contentment maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that contentment really fits because I think we're scared of the moon. Like it's the unknown.
Yeah.
It's the darkness. It's the nighttime. We're afraid of not being able to see, I guess. Like the darkness is scary. So I feel like you're not in that eclipse space. You're not really content.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it's definitely like you got your spidey senses on high and like you're just
Right.
really.
Super.
Oh, okay. Maybe so. Like maybe it would be like this like hyper awareness, because what's the difference between if you take intuition, which is like a little more disembodied, like
Right.
it's so deep in your subconscious that you just have a feeling but you can't explain why, and like the thought process, like from point A to point B to point C, is not clear. You just are very confident that point C is where you're trying to get to. So maybe it could be like hyper awareness, like you're kind of having sensory overload and you're like able, but on the other hand, you're able to hone in on things like super, super specifically. Or conversely, you can hone in on a lot of things at one time. So that could be obviously overwhelming if you are having sensory overload, but on the other hand, it could be to your advantage. Or, the advice of the card could be, for example, like if you are figuratively overstimulated, like it's too loud. In real life, what you would probably do is like put on some noise canceling headphones or something. So
Right.
like metaphorically, the advice would be, okay, well, what is the thing that is generating these wild thoughts of anxiety and confusion and trepidation? And what can you do to tune that out, even if it's temporary?
Right. That makes sense to me. And I like that kind of fits into with like the word that you wrote down, epiphany. Like that makes sense to me because in that hyper awareness, that's kind of when epiphanies happen.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's sort of like you've got all this input and you don't know, it seems unrelated and like kind of white noise, but then an epiphany is where all of that just suddenly snaps together.
Right.
And you're like,
exactly.
Oh, so I like, okay, yeah.
So epiphany / hyper awareness. I like that. Do we want to talk?
Go
ahead.
I was gonna move on to like deception or secrets.
Yes.
That might be kind of a white lie or sort of lying by omission.
Mm.
There's this sense of like, because obviously the moon is concealing the sun in an eclipse. So there's also, there could be a meaning related to withholding information or sort of trying to protect people, and whether that's appropriate or going to, the intent is beneficent, but the result can often be that the person you are lying to feels betrayed or like they've been deceived.
Right.
So lying to feels
Or
betrayed. Alternatively, it could mean that someone is doing that to you.
Ooh. Yeah. So like maybe this goes back to kind of calculating and kind of figuring out, like the eclipse card is kind of like figuring out what's really happening there, maybe. And getting closer to the truth.
Yeah, okay. I like that because secrets and then like the sun being sort of like true will or confidence or identity.
Right.
So yeah, the go between both of those would be sort of sorting through the facts and moving towards a fuller understanding.
Let's skip over to fauna. I like that.
Okay, yeah. So in the moon card, we've got a dog and a wolf sort of representing two sides of the psyche, sort of this domestic and also this feral or wild one. And there's a lobster or a crab that's emerging from these waters. Like, I presume it has this, pull, like this tidal pull to the moon.
Right.
And also the idea that, the moon makes you crazy or animals howl at the moon.
Right.
Sort of that kind of stuff. So that's why those guys are there. And then in the sun card, we've got a white horse.
Yes.
So
and that's really it for the
cocaine. I don't. No, just kidding. And I've also seen a rooster because obviously like crowing because the sun has risen or whatever.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe to do like a cicada or a scarab because cicadas emerge at seemingly weird intervals.
Yes.
Like prime numbers and stuff. And of course eclipses, you can predict them and everything just like you can predict cicadas, but to the average layperson it seems like you'll just go a while without having one and then it just happens.
Yeah.
And it's not like every 2 years. It's like a weird number. So I think that would be interesting as a symbol, or a scarab because another insect, but I'm thinking of like in Egyptian mythology, this idea because scarabs are dung beetles and they are like rolling balls of dung across the desert.
Yeah.
So they saw that as being like, the gods pushing the sun across the sky. So, and also like they would lay their eggs in it and it would like, then they'd hatch out. And so it would be sort of this moment of like, oh, new life from literal shit. So
can we use both of those? Because I think that would be really cool. I like both of those insects as metaphors for this card.
Okay,
you can
cool.
Put them in there. I don't know. Yeah.
Done.
Well, because cicada kind of speaks to like our vibe, like Texas, the South, like there's cicadas everywhere all the time. And then I like the Egyptian tie-in because we already had I don't know if we've talked about it yet, but we have another Egyptian tie-in to another card. So yeah, I like that. Really, it's a artist choice on that one because I think they're both fantastic. I enjoyed that. Now, should we talk about the landscape settings here in these cards?
Yeah. Okay. So in the moon, we've got this shallow pool in the immediate foreground, and there's two pathways forking off, and then there are the white towers of the moon, which are also present in the death card.
Yes.
So, and then in the sun card, we've got the sun's up in the sky. There is like kind of a garden wall in the front, and there's a bunch of sunflowers blooming. So presumably it's like kind of more of a domestic or urban setting. Sunflowers tend to be more ornamental. So I'm thinking this is like some kind of, domestic or urban space where there's like landscaping, as opposed to the moon where you're in this scene with a bunch of wild animals.
Right.
So, I'm not sure what exactly I'm picturing for the eclipse. I keep thinking back to when you came to Dallas to see the eclipse.
Yes.
So I'm kind of picturing my backyard where there's a fountain.
Yes.
And then this tall black garden gate that's like picketed.
Yes.
And has like some kind of gingerbread designs cut out into it. So, and that also has a path leading to and fro, but it's kind of more at like an L angle. So there is a path. So maybe I can tie some of that in.
Yeah. What about like if you're looking at like that's exactly what I think about when I think about eclipse too, is your fence and standing by the fountain and looking at that. So what if it was like as if you were looking at the fountain from like kind of not as far, but like where you put your pool. So like the fountain's foreground, the black fence is background.
Yeah,
And
that's
then-
what I was thinking.
yeah.
Either like maybe it's like a jar,
Right.
so you can see that there's this fence
Yeah.
and it's slightly open.
Yeah.
Or conversely, we could do it where you are looking from the side of the outside of the fence and the door is open and you see the fountain beyond.
Yes. I like
I'm
that.
not sure which one I like better.
I don't know, but I bet you can play around with it and see which one comes out better. And then the path can be like from the fence to the
oh
fountain.
my God, what if there's two gates?
What? Why? What? Explain.
What? Yeah, so like the fountain is in this garden.
Okay.
And there's an open gate beyond it on the horizon, but in front of you are also passing through a gate.
Yes. 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 All of
Okay.
those things. Okay. This is great. And that's plenty of
I knew that it would be easier to do the imagery because I already have a lot of this card like pictured in my head.
I'm sure. Now it's just going to be
it-
where
but
do you
it's,
put
like,
the scarab and the
nailing down the
cicada?
meaning is difficult.
Yeah, but I think we got there. I think we've got something there. I wanted to talk about, because I know we've talked about it before on the show, but I think we should talk about the lobster and the red banner in the sun. So the lobster in the moon card and the red banner in the sun card. Go.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about before about what the lobster represents, but of course I can't remember now. So admitting my not, is it about like the, life of the ocean or something, or?
Yeah, I take it as meaning, you've got some sort of crustacean there, whether it's a lobster or crab. And this idea of it's a transitional animal, so it's something that can go on land, but is more at home in the water. They dig. They've got snippy snip claws.
Mm-hmm.
But I just associate it with the fact that the moon controls the tides.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
right.
So the idea of that we all have this connection to the moon that is subconscious,
Right.
and that it is this force that pushes and pulls on us, and sometimes we're not even aware of it. And it's sort of speaking to this more ancient, more primal animal nature. So that's what I get from it with the crab or the lobster.
Well, and also
there's some astrology related.
Yeah.
You could see it as being because it is this sign or this card is ruled by the element of water. I think it's usually assigned Pisces, but it could. I mean, the lobster to me is closer to like a scorpion,
right.
or the crab could, Cancer, the crab.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's also just an astrological tag on there to let you know that it's associated with water.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I think too, you hit on something before where it's not just any water. We're clearly saying this is ocean. Moon controls ocean. So, right.
Yes,
I like that. Okay. Now for the red banner, because I don't know that I've ever really talked about that or thought about what that is about.
Yeah. So I think it has to do with like victory, joy,
Okay.
sort of triumph,
Okay.
because it's a banner that's being carried by this little kid that is just starkers on a horse.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sort of, I mean, there is like sort of a processional element, but it's not like a formal parade. It's, just this like spontaneous moment of celebration.
Right. And like is there something about like the little child god being kind of the like the epitome of, I don't know, not innocence, because this really isn't about innocence, it's about clarity to me and enlightenment, but that is obviously a child.
Yes. Sometimes it's pictured as like a pair of children.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely supposed to be this like feeling of like innocence and
Okay.
warmth and nostalgia and
Got it.
purity and innocence.
Okay. I don't really get any kind of innocence vibes or like on our way to innocence vibes from the eclipse card. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like,
No.
it's more of a on our way to clarity kind of card or enlightenment, I think. So, okay, I just wanted to rule some of those things in or out, in your opinion.
Yeah, I would say that the innocence element. I mean, I don't really associate. I mean, I think innocence as a term is kind of bullshit.
Yeah, sure.
Because
Same.
it's setting this like hard line of like
Here becomes
this
a time
is good,
when
and
right.
once you cross this line, you can never go back.
Exactly.
And and it's just black or white. Like
Right.
you are either this thing until you're not, and then once you're not, you can never reattain it.
Right.
And I think that that's a crippling way to lead your life.
For real.
That could be part of the meaning too. This idea of like a loss of innocence, quote unquote, and sort of coming to terms with that and not feeling that you are just stepping off of a cliff, that this is a process and not that, okay, well now I'm ruined and I can never go back.
Right.
So I guess let's all just fucking blow our brains out.
Yeah, no. That's no.
But that, that you are going to change, you are going to metamorph, and it's not a one-way direction. You can come back.
Right, exactly.
You can go back. It's cyclical. I mean, that's the thing about the eclipses, is that it seems kind of random if you don't know astronomy, but it is mathematically predictable.
Right. Yeah.
So, sort of experiencing life as these cycles or these waves that occur, instead of like, well, that's over, case closed.
Right. It doesn't work
Now,
that way. Right. Yeah. All right. Okay. I like this. All right. So what do you see as like the actual image of the eclipse? Because we have two dueling faces in the pixie cards. We've got a very pensive looking face in the moon, as well it should be, kind of meditative. And then we have a very stern looking sun face to me. I mean, it's kind of complacent, but it's also like not on the joy side to me. Like the kid is more joyful than the sun.
Yeah, the sun is kind of more a little bit impartial, which I guess the sun kind of is, because
Sure.
like you feel the sun's warmth and it's great, but also like it can burn you,
Right.
or, like cause drought and stuff.
Well, I kind of too like I
So-
like the eyebrows on the sun because it's kind of like kind of judgy.
Eh?
Eh?
I was looking at the other cards because I've been trying to pick out elements from the other cards so that, I could maybe sort of cut and paste them in to a new card.
Sure.
And retain some of Pixie's original illustrations, instead of trying to draw it from scratch in my style, like turn my style into her style.
Right.
So I was looking at the 8 of Cups, and there's a really interesting moon there. It's a circle, and it's got a crescent on one side, but then the moon's face is on the circle.
Yep.
So and it's got this sort of pensive look to it, and it's got its eyes closed and it's looking down. Now the 8 of Cups visually and in terms of its meaning is like it's this guy who's got a traveler's cap on and like a walking stick, and he's walking away from this stack of cups
Yeah.
that are sort of like in a pyramid, and he's going off into the hills, off into the distance, away from the viewer. So it's this moment of, because a lot of the eights have to do with this like decision,
Right.
in terms of the story, because 9 and 10 you're getting to like almost the big finale and then the big finale.
Right.
So it's sort of this, eights tend to be this sort of emotional benchmark of like really coming to terms with what you want, how that's going to make you feel, like what are you trying to achieve,
Right.
and also making a decision based on that, where, because this guy is like turning away from the cups and like going out into the wilderness for this sort of
eight's
having
almost
a think.
eight's like almost the pivotal like moment of like either turning back or keeping going, right? Like kind of like making the decision whether it's worth it or not.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like that kind of jibes with what we are getting at with the moon and the sun, of this idea of like calculating, of accepting the cyclical nature of stuff, that you can kind of move back and forth between these states. It's not unidirectional.
Right.
So I think that that's pretty cool. I would be willing to change the expression on that moon if I thought that it needed it, but I kind of like it as it is. And then I was thinking of combining, so the moon card has 2 layers of spiky light rays coming out.
Right.
Some that are medium long and some that are kind of like short.
Right.
And the sun, which the solar disk is the same size as the moon, but in that one, he has spiky rays alternating with squiggle rays, and they go out in all directions to the edge of the card.
Right.
So I was thinking of combining the sort of short spiky corona around the moon with those twirly bits on the sun.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
So
I like that. Would you make it the same size as the moon and the sun?
Yes.
You'd make it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's
Yes.
good. I like it. Yes.
So yeah, if they're side by side, they would definitely have some continuity, that it would look like it was kind of morphing from one to the other.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I think that would be a really good, and use the same cuz she uses the same coloration. Is that right? That's correct, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about she uses black pretty sparingly.
Yeah.
But it's very striking when it appears. So for example, like on the devil or the tower card, those have black backgrounds, and it's very striking because most of the other cards have pretty mildly colored backgrounds. They're like gray or light blue,
Right.
sometimes yellow, but so I was thinking to make the eclipse moon sun overlap guy be black,
Yeah.
with the face rendered in white.
Yep.
Or maybe yellow. I'd have to decide what looks better, but because I think, and then have the rays behind it be the same yellow as the sun and the moon. I think that would look pretty striking.
Yeah, I like that. If you can't speak to this, we can skip over it, but I feel like I read somewhere where a lot of the decks that we see now are not the original colors that she used for the color palette when she created the deck. Is that correct, or
Yeah, that is somewhat correct. She's using a pretty limited palette, and of the images I've seen that are like the original printing plates and stuff, the problem is some of those have faded over time, so you can't really ever get a perfect snapshot of what the colors looked like when they were freshly printed.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm going to do for this particular project is is try to find images of the cards. I mean, obviously they're copyright free, they're public domain,
Right.
so there's a bunch of them out there, and over the 100+ years that this deck has existed, there's been multiple reprints of it,
Right.
and there's some that are actually deliberately recolored. Like I've seen one that it's like kind of more like neon
Oh yeah.
colors,
Yeah.
like kind of more psychedelic.
Right.
I've seen ones that are kind of made to look more like sepia toned, so that they feel, I don't know, older or something.
Yeah.
So
I just bought a deck that was purported to be like the original coloration that she used, and the blue in the sky is almost, it's like a weird turquoise almost, but like very muted. Does that ring a bell for you, or is that, do you know anything about
her
that?
sky blue is very like literal the color of actual turquoise,
Yeah.
like the gemstone.
Okay, cool. So
That's kind of what I get from that.
Yeah.
So, to answer your question, I need to hunt for a like what is considered to be the most accurate coloration.
Yeah.
But I think that as an aggregate of all the versions that I've seen, I kind of have a sense for what the color palette is.
Okay.
And it is this kind of there's a lot of grays. The reds are skew a little bit orange and brown.
Right.
The blue tends to be this sort of turquoise sky blue.
Mhm.
There's not really any, I think, like blue.
Right. That makes sense.
There's an orange, and then there's a yellow, and it's a very yellowy yellow, like it's like a sun yellow.
Right.
So pretty fully saturated yellow.
Okay.
And then there's black and gray
Yeah.
and white. So
Pretty limited. Yeah.
yeah.
But I like it that way. Okay. I just didn't know if you had read about that or could talk about it. I was interested in that aspect about how like all the different versions that have been, reprinted are not really the same color palette that she really used originally.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that, and then I could also presumably find out like what medium she actually used to color it,
Yeah.
whether it's like gouache or watercolor or
Right.
whatever, or like just ink,
Right.
brush and ink, and that would also help me pin down
Yeah.
what the original coloring would be.
Fascinating.
So yeah.
That is so cool. So, okay. So what have we not discussed here? Because I feel like this is one of the cards that you had a really good sense of what you wanted to depict. And I think we both had a good sense of what we wanted it to kind of mean or signify.
Okay, so I was thinking of flora.
Yeah.
The sun card actually has some in it.
Right.
It's got sunflowers, but I would also probably include like marigold or dandelion.
Mhm.
Those are also associated with the sun because, they look like the sun.
Yep.
For the moon, obviously moonflower, birch and willow, mugwort, wormwood, any of the Artemisia family,
Yep.
since they are named after Artemis,
Yes.
goddess of the moon.
That's right.
Pretty straightforward with that one.
That's right.
So, like I was thinking with the cicada, I was thinking of things that bloom in weird intervals.
Ooh, yeah.
So, like century plants, like agaves, I feel like maybe that would look a little too exotic to have a big succulent
Yeah.
in this medieval fantasy world.
Yeah, maybe.
But,
yeah. I don't know.
That's an option. Or the corpse flower, something like that. I'm not really sure. There might not be a room for it. So
Well, wait, though. Hold on. Let me tell you about something fantastic that I personally would like to do for my yard, but cannot afford.
Yes, tell me.
There are a couple of people around here that I've seen that they have beautiful, like large Victorian homes.
And on that note, hello everybody. I had spicy salmon roll, so I needed a minute because my lips were bigger than my other lips, so I had to get some milk and like have my mouth cool down. And look at Empress coming in clutch with 5 subs. Oh, my goddess. Thank you, Empress. Congratulations to the sub winners. Congratulations to the following. Cold Silver D1, Chaos Monger Red, the Tugana, the Tug Anut. I'm so going to mispronounce that name. Congratulations to the Tug. Congratulations to Storm of Stars, aka Stormy. Congratulations to Keo Darkblood. Congratulations. Thanks to that, we got a hype chest. So, choo choo, I got an oh wow Twitch hype train emote that you guys, I hope, can unlock yourselves as well. So yay! I don't know how those work. But thank you, Empress. Yeah, spicy is good. Spicy is very good. But when you have what's called gastric rhinitis, so I have, in addition to the other litany of health issues I have, gastric rhinitis is whenever I eat, no matter what it is that I eat, my nose will start to run. Gross, I know. I don't like it either. I inherited it from my grandfather on my mother's side. So, which makes me question every meal I ate after him. But anyway, and so spicy makes your nose run, period. But now that you add that on top of the gastric rhinitis that I already have, it's like, ugh! So it's not like I can eat on stream and then not have to stop and blow my nose, which is annoying as hell. So add that with the spicy nose run and it's just, ugh. Oh, you guys can use it. Thank you. Oh, I know, super mood, right, Empress? Oh my goddess. So, as I put in the chat earlier, before the hype train, thank you for the hype train. Hopefully we can keep it going. A couple of things. I was eating, as I said, I was eating before stream. We were all listening while you guys were waiting because I hate dead air and I can't keep playing copyrighted music because when I go to export it to YouTube, YouTube has a huge hissy fit. So I said, you know what? Let's just listen to one of my favorite podcasts. Which is, by the way, what you were listening to was Hex Rated. And getting ready, the script and everything for today. And Zoe, in the meantime, is still loudly protesting her temporary latrine sequestering and would like everybody to know she believes this is a violation of her ASPCA civil rights. So, putting that out there as well. How is everyone doing this Monday? How was your weekend? I would like to know. Please educate me on your weekend. Mine included drinking with Stormy on Saturday. I got a wonderful time to hang out with my boyfriend on Sunday. And it's been absolutely phenomenal. I've got other stuff. I got fantastic stuff to announce as well. So let me just, while I'm waiting for you guys to reply, let me just get started with everything in the opening and all that stuff. So, hello, my name is Silver Goddess. I am your friendly neighborhood werehusky chaos goddess, Silver Goddess. Happy mystical, magical Monday. I hope you're all having and doing well today and having a great day. I want you guys to grab your drink. If you haven't taken your meds, take your meds. Hopefully, you guys have eaten. If you haven't eaten, go grab a snack. Get comfy, settle in, and let's start the week with some cozy, horror cozy, supernatural weirdness. Okay? All of that said, I spent Sunday in bed with this is Empress. I spent Sunday in bed with my back after doing chores Saturday. I did cooking and then 11-hour stream. Yeah, I actually, thanks to Stormy, I was able to get my 15-hour stream in. So, my co-wife, and this is a joke for those who don't know, me and Empress and Stormy are all married, okay, canonically. I am goddess, and Stormy is a goddess of the universe, and I am a goddess of chaos, which is essentially goddess of the universe as well. And Empress managed to land two goddesses. So me and Stormy are co-wife with goddess, or with goddess, wow. Me and Stormy are co-wife goddesses with Empress. So, she got pull. She got rizzle if she can pull two goddesses. So, y'all, celebrate with Empress, okay? But honestly, she is the most wonderful, it is the most wonderful thing to be in like a co-life streamy situation family, because we all take care of each other. We all check in on each other, so on and so forth. So, we're doing things a little differently today. Normally, I kick off things with our usual chatting and the show and tell segment. But today we're diving straight into a game that I've been very excited to check out called Strange Antiquities. So before we get started, there's a couple of quick housekeeping items. So first, our fundraiser for Traction, and I'm so glad you're here, Empress, for this. Our fundraiser for Traction is still active. Since it's Pride Month, this feels like a really good opportunity to highlight the work they do supporting LGBTQIA plus youth and young adults. Community support can make a real difference, especially for people who may not have access to safe spaces, resources, or affirming support systems elsewhere. If you'd like to contribute, all the information is available below the stream and in the pull down in the chat. I don't want you guys to feel pressured. Absolutely no pressure. But absolutely every donation, 100% goes to them. I don't see any of it. Twitch doesn't see any of it. And it helps support the work that Traction is doing. I am a bisexual person, so I am already a trans ally, in my opinion, by default. To me, it makes sense to just, why not, support your fellow LGBTQIA plus brothers and sisters and theys and thems. So all the information is available below the stream. Second, the ongoing and highly prestigious $10 to keep the internet on side quest remains active. We are once again attempting to defeat modern utility bills through determination, stubbornness, and whatever loose change can be found in the couch cushions. If you want to help the channel by the 13th, which is when the bill is due, exclamation TIP in the chat, you'll get the link and just follow the link. Third, if you hear landscaping equipment in the background, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because my landscaper has chosen chaos. We are now living with an accidental industrial soundtrack layered over our cozy occult horror experience. Yay! If you're wondering why we're playing Strange Antiquities for Mystical Magical Monday, by the way, the answer is that this game feels like it was custom made for a collection of my favorite things. So let me pop into chat before I launch into that. Excuse me. I'm just a chthonic elder goddess, so I'm old and I look after my ladies. I'm guilty of mothering. No, you're guilty of being a loving, wonderful, big-hearted person, and we adore you. That's what you are, Empress. All of those were, by the way, from Empress, just in case you guys don't know who I was quoting from chat. Anyone who knows me knows I absolutely love vintage and antique items, and I've always been drawn to old objects, old stories, old craftsmanship, and the sense of history that comes with them. So I also used to work as an interior decorator. For anyone unfamiliar with the distinction, decorators focus on aesthetics, furnishing, and the visual personality of a space, while interior designers also handle structural planning, architecture, and building systems. So my work was centered on creating cohesive, beautiful spaces filled with pieces that have character and meaning. So on top of that, I spent nearly a decade in the American Lolita fashion community, to be more specific, American Southwest Lolita fashion community, where historical aesthetics, antique-inspired design, craftsmanship, storytelling, and romanticism were a huge part of the culture and embedded into the fashion. So I've always been fascinated by beautiful objects and the stories attached to them, as well as, in this case, the spirits as well, and the lore and the cryptids and all that stuff. So a game about running in a cult antique shop. Yeah, this was always going to get my attention, you guys. Strange Antiquities puts us in charge of a mysterious shop filled with supernatural relics, strange curiosities, artifacts with histories of their own. So we're going to be identifying objects, helping customers, investigating mysteries, and hopefully not accidentally unleashing something ancient and angry before the end of the stream. Hopefully. As a lover of cozy horror, this is actually my kind of game. So it's given like eerie atmospheres, folklore, occult themes, supernatural mysteries, and just enough creepiness to keep things interesting without constant jump scares. I fucking hate jump scares. So some of you may remember that I played many months, moons ago, played Strange Horticulture moons ago. So Strange Antiquities. Yep. And I want Twinquities. Can I have some of my twinks in the chat? Strange Antiquities takes place in that same universe, which immediately puts it on my radar. And the best part, in my opinion, this is my first time ever playing it. So you guys are going to join me in the discovery of this game. I intentionally did not play this before stream. And it was hard. It was really, really difficult for me to not do that. So I am going in completely blind. I don't know what these artifacts do or who we can trust. I didn't look up anything on YouTube. I was tempted, but I didn't. What's lurking beneath the surface, or how many questionable decisions I'm about to make. So we're going to figure it out together. I want to, again, thank you all for being here, whether you're chatting, lurking, working, crafting, folding laundry, cooking, avoiding responsibilities, or multitasking life in general. Happy Magical Mystical Monday. Now we're going to go poke at cursed antiquities and see what could possibly go wrong. Ah! Empress! Ah! Empress is our first donation. She donated $5 to support Traction. Yay! She says, I donated for the dolls. Ah! Thank you. For those who don't know, Empress is trans. So she's supporting her community directly. 100% of those are going to go directly to Traction. And it is Pacific Northwest. So I very much appreciate the support, Empress. Thank you. Oh, see what I tell you? She's amazing. Okay, so let me back my gigantic butt out of the way and we will get started. Let me just adjust. Let me adjust here. We move over and more over. Peekaboo. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I told you I'd be back. See? Didn't take me that long. But I do want to get my big old head out the way. And I'm probably going to have to move myself again once I figure out what the screen looks like so I'm not in the way. We do have to protect the dolls. Guarantee. And by the way, I am all about drag queens and drag kings. It's a one gay bar in the entire city of Tucson, Arizona. And it's called IBT's. And that's where, I can't remember her name. But she was on drag show, and I can't remember with RuPaul, and I can't remember her freaking name. Trixie Mattel. That's what her name was. She was originally from Tucson, Arizona, and she was doing her shows in the only gay bar in all of Tucson, Arizona. So Trixie Mattel is originally from Tucson, Arizona. I used to go to her shows, and then she got picked up by the Drag Race, she launched from there. What I liked about Trixie Mattel when she first started, is she was doing, I don't know if that's what it's called. Please correct me if I'm wrong, those who know what I'm talking about. She wasn't doing exaggerated drag. She was doing passing drag. And so I am a big lover of passing drag. And then again, I know that's probably not what it's called. But if you're a drag king, drag queen, drag them, you understand what I mean. If you can look at the person and their whole performance and they totally pass as whatever they're performing as or whomever they're performing as, and it doesn't look exaggerated and it looks like, you could just meet this person on the street, depending on, what they're performing as. That's the kind of drag I really like. Now, so it doesn't mean I can't appreciate the other forms of drag. The dramatic stuff, the over-the-top hair and all of that stuff. And the beards and all of that stuff. Fine, cool, awesome. You do you. But everyone has a preference, and so my preference is what I call passing drag. So, so when she says the dolls, it just reminded me of all of that, and that was a blurb that I didn't mean to go into, but we here. So, game capture. Here we go. Ta-da! Strange Antiquities. Okay, I believe the full game is out right now, but we're just going to do the demo today. Let me just switch over so I can see the game. Okay, my cord was in the way. Oh, 1 second. I also just realized I have the volume really loud because the podcast was hella quiet. There, you guys should still be able to hear. If it's not, the game volume is not loud enough, please say so. If it's too loud, also please say so. Ooh, excuse me for my burping. Okay, we're doing good. And yesterday we hit our 221 followers. Thank you guys for following. Thank you guys for continuing to support the channel in whatever way that you can. That said, let's get to the game. I am looking at chat on my phone, I swear I am. Let's see here. Okay, so now I hope. Oops, I meant to go to options, but here we are. As a thaumaturge's apprentice, I always called it thaumaturge, and I don't know why. As a thaumaturge's apprentice, there's a lot to learn. Every object must be treated with care, and it is important to identify the harmful from the harmless. One moment. Okay, there we go. The potent from the mild. It was only supposed to be a temporary arrangement when Eli left the shop. I have a nephew named Eli. When Eli left the shop, strange antiquities in my hands. None of us knew that by then the pendulum was already swinging with a terrible certainty that could not be stopped. The ravens were an omen, a circling unkindness of black wings and cheerless cries that seemed even then to signal the start of a rising dread. Now, we'll continue, but I want to pause with some lore. This is Magical Magical Monday after all. So, there is a distinct difference between ravens and crows. Okay? Ravens are bigger, crows are not. I believe ravens are the ones that do the loop-de-loos and crows do not. Their tail patterns are different. Now, at a glance, there's no way you could tell the difference, but if you study the two branches of the similar type, you'll actually see, oh, okay, the tail feathers are shaped this way, where those tail feathers are shaped that way, so on and so forth. That distinction is important because while they do share some lore, and actually let me go grab my creature book. Give me a second. I do have a creature book, and it's not like a fake creature book because I actually had to study this when I was in school. Give me 1 second. Let me go grab it. Here we go. I'm going to grab the Encyclopedia 2. If you've not been on this channel before, you don't know, so I'm going to just tell you. There is an author named Judica Isles, and she has put out at least 3 different kinds of encyclopedias. One is the Encyclopedia of Spells. It's not a complete compendium by any sense of the word, but it is a she tick, okay? She real tick. And then she has put out an Encyclopedia of Spirits and an Encyclopedia of Witchcraft. Now, at the beginning of every one of these encyclopedias, and you heard that, right? I'm not like making that up. That's how big they are. Some of them are thicker than even that. So, okay, I got to get back to good prep, but I'm lurking, listening, and keeping an eye on things. Okay, Empress, thank you. Mwah. Love you. As I was saying, and so in the beginning of every single one of these books, she goes, none of these spells are for you to use, blah, 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 disclaimer. But we witches actually know that she has to put that in there to save her ass. Because some people, if you don't know, long story short, we're not welcomed in the community in general, and a lot of people don't know the truth and what's real and history, so they'll automatically assume like, well, we're gonna do the bad things. So that said, let me pull up the Encyclopedia of Spirits on Crows. One moment. I'm not Googling this. I'm literally cracking open my book that I haven't opened in months, and looking it up. Give me a second. Crows, children missing, computers, crows, CROW. Oh boy. Oh, here we go. This was an accident, but I'll read it. So, gay and lesbian people, spiritual guardians of gay and lesbian people. Artemis, Athena, no, that's not how you say that. Artemis, Athena, Awashima, Bahuchara, Aaron Lee, Ezeli Dantor, Hyacinth, Kybal. Oh, I'm not going to pronounce that right at all. Logenede, Narcissus, obviously Narcissus, Ochosi, Oshamare, Pan, Triana, and you have to see the encyclopedia entry for La Macarena, which I think is hilarious because if you're my age, you remember that song. Anyway, remember what I told you about my landscaper? Here we go. I can't find crows in here for some reason. That's interesting. Maybe I'll find it under death. Let me look. Death Peaceful. Yuki Onna. Bad Omens. What about omens? O-M-A. O-M-E. I can't spell today. L-M-N-O. Okay, here we go. Occults, occult practitioners, owl spirits. Alright, so this is not the book for this. This is why I grabbed 2, because I wasn't sure which one it would be in. Let me look in the Encyclopedia of Witchcraft Index. Give me a second. Let's see here. L-M-N-O-P. Nope. I'm looking on the wrong direction already. Crows. C-R-O. Here we go. C-R-C-H-C-I-C-L-C-R. Alright, crows. 51 to 52 and 376. So let's go to 51 first. I'm going to hold my finger in that one spot. Because like any good researcher, you quote your sources. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. All right, let's learn about crows. Crows, ravens, and jackdaws. That was the third one I couldn't remember that I thought of. The corvids, which is that family that those 3 belong to, are a large, widely distributed family of birds, including crows, ravens, and jackdaws, powerfully associated with witchcraft and magic. Other members of the family include rooks and jays. So that means blue jays, sterling jays, that sort of thing. They have a quick little excerpt. Scientific knowledge and genetic research has altered the way humans classify living beings. Once upon a time, classification was based purely on powers of observation. Because crows, ravens, and jackdaws bear an obvious family resemblance, both physically and personality-wise, they have always been understood as related. Magpies, which have profound but different associations with witchcraft as well as culture, don't even get me started on Jim Crow, but anyway, are also corvids, but because they were understood to be a distinct, if similar species, they have their own encyclopedia entry, so see magpies. But this game mentions crows, so we're not gonna go get distracted. If you want to look it up, it is the Encyclopedia of Witchcraft, the complete A to Z for the entire magical world, and the author is Judica Isles. Now, the publisher is Harper One. In case you're wondering, Harper One. This book particular, the copyright, let me find it. The copyright date for this, it's in here. I just gotta find it. Okay. It was first published in the United Kingdom in 2005 by Harper Element. So the first U.S. edition was printed in 2014. So this book is at least 12 years old. In America, anyway. And 20 years old in the UK. So, keep that in mind. Okay, so moving on. Crows and ravens are big, loud, noisy black birds, in case you were not aware. Crows and ravens are often referred to interchangeably, as I said before. Technically, ravens may be slightly larger, as I said, with shaggy, disheveled-looking feathers, unlike shiny, sleek black crows. They also possess slightly different habits, being somewhat more solitary than crows, which may roost together in communities numbering hundreds, which I do have crows in my backyard. A whole bunch of them during this time and during the fall. Ravens will also hunt more than crows, which are mainly scavengers. When mythology distinguishes between the two, ravens are usually associated with transformative magic, while crows are identified with healing. Okay? So you already see that the author of this game does not necessarily have that information. They've kind of conflated the two together, which is very common, by the way. Both are teachers and sponsors of magic and shamanism. Crows and ravens are characterized by their shiny black color and by their raucous, loud voices. So if you are asleep like 6 a.m., usually they're active around my time, around 8, 10. You hear, wah, wah, and you'll hear a whole bunch of them. So yes. Let's see. Diurnal birds like roosters, they noisily greet the sun. So so you'll hear from a rooster, you'll hear early in the morning. And I say that it's 8, 9, 10 because here, this time of year, the equinox is long gone. The sun doesn't set until about 9:30 right now, p.m., which means it's up at like 4 a.m. Pacific Northwest sunrise is weird. Yeah, so. If you live in an area with many crows, as I just said, they will be your daily alarm clock, and they will. I'm a sound sleeper though, so sometimes I don't always wake up when they try to wake me up. And that's what I'm saying. They perch on my back fence and will be like, "Get up!" And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Okay. Crows, like baboons and roosters, are strongly identified with solar power and may be understood to venerate or worship the sun themselves. So, ironically enough, you would think that they'd be associated with something cold or something wet or the air, which they are associated with the air, but they're also associated with the sun / fire. So there you go. In Pacific Northwest, in Pacific Northwest myth, Earth is enshrouded in darkness. Crow is literally the one who hangs the sun in the sky. Crows and ravens, like bears and humans, are omnivores. Crows do not like to hunt, however, but prefer to scavenge, and not only on roadkill. Historically, corvids hover over battlefields waiting for an opportunity to feast on the dead. So there you go. Crows thus have profound associations with spirits presiding over death, war, and disaster. In Irish Gaelic, bad, meaning crow, I hope I pronounced that right for my Gaelic audience. Please tell me if I pronounced that wrong. It's spelled B-A-D-B-H, so bab. Is a synonym, so bab meaning crow is a synonym for witch. It is also the name of a Celtic battle goddess who may manifest in the shape of her namesake bird. Crows are auricular birds. They evoke the spirit of prophecy and are also affiliated with auricular spirits. Among the deities with whom crows and ravens are associated are Amaterasu, believe it or not, the sun goddess, Japanese sun goddess, Apollo, the Greek sun god, Bab, which is Irish. Oh, I'm going to mispronounce this. Cathu-Bodua. Nope. Cathu-Bodua. Romano-Celtic Gaul, now France. So I should probably say that in French, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce that properly. Epona, which is Celtic. Kali, which is Indian. Macha, which is Irish. The Morrigan, Irish, known as the battle raven or battle crow. And if anyone has ever learned or understood about the Morrigan, you don't fuck with the Morrigan. You leave her the fuck alone. Like, the fuck alone. I am gonna mispronounce this. Nanto Suelta. Nanto Suelta, which is Gaulish, also known now as Germany. Nephitis, which is Egyptian. Odin, which is Norse and Aesir, for god of the ravens. And, here we go. Lasothuaro, Aztec. So, trickster heroes, crow and raven play an enormous role in world mythology, including Celtic, Greek, Hungarian, Japanese, Jewish, Native American, Scandinavian, and Vietnamese traditions, but most especially in the indigenous traditions of Siberia and North America's Pacific Northwest. Crows truly are tricksters and clowns. It isn't just mythological affectation. If you spend time with them, you will observe their games and tricks. They are assertive, unafraid of people. Yes, they are. Unafraid of people. And as willing to play a joke on a person as they are on a dog, cat, or on each other. Shiny things appeal to them, and they've been known to steal them. Crows coexist well with people and occasionally become companion animals. Crows will, on occasion, mimic human language or the sounds of other animals. The associations of crow-raven with witchcraft, magic, and shamanism predate Christianity. What changes post-Christianity is the perception of those associations. Rather than positive associations with wise women, shaman, and seers prior to Christianity, post-Christianity crows were now associated with diabolism and sin. In the eyes of Christian Europe, crows and ravens were linked with witchcraft because of their color, their raucousness, harsh voices, sharp intelligence, and assertive nature. Where have we heard that problem before? Where have we heard that assertive nature is a bad thing? Or being too loud? Or being too smart? I wonder. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. Never heard that before. Legends emerge explaining why crows were black, typically involving punishment for some kind of sin. According to the standard story, once upon a time, crows were pure white, but they did something very bad and so were punished by being painted permanently black. Now, I'm going to stop here because I'm going to read the rest of it, but I'm going to pause here. If you've never heard about Brother Crow, there is a story that Brother Crow originally was rainbow color and the most beautiful bird that ever existed. Instead of being black, he was white. And his feathers were so iridescent, they were pearlescent and rainbow in the sun. I can't remember the rest of the story fully, but something to the effect of, this is back to the whole having to bring the sun back around again. Flew so close to the sun, trying to do the good deed that it was set out that he had set out to do, that his feathers became charred and blackened permanently. And that's where it came from, not what you just heard. So just keep that in mind. I'll look up the story at one point, but not right now. Because crows are blackbirds that daily herald the night, or I'm going to read that whole sentence again, y'all. Because crows are blackbirds that daily herald the light, the church identified them with Satan in his guise as Lucifer, the fallen angel and light bringer. Now, did y'all hear that? Satan and Lucifer are two different entities. They're not the same and they're not interchangeable. Jackdaws, which are quite similar to crows and ravens, are restricted to the eastern hemisphere, ranging from Eurasia to northwestern Africa. It derives its name from its call jack. It resembles a smallish, grayish-black crow, but is as noisy, raucous, and sociable as its larger relations. It eats insects, worms, fruits, and carrion. The world's most famous jackdaw may be Sybil Leek's companion, Hotfoot Jackson, the star of her 1966 book, The Jackdaw and the Witch, A True Fable. So, if you ever heard of the phrase eating crow, that's not metaphysical, that's quite literal. If you've ever actually hunted a crow and actually cooked it and eaten it, it tastes awful. It absolutely tastes the worst. It's not a very good tasty meat, but it's something that you eat when you have no other option. So, where's the other one? I just saw it. Okay, 376. And then we'll move on to the game. I am going to scan so I can find the part that mentions the crows. It's in an excerpt about Baba Yaga. So give me a moment while I scan to find the one part that has to do with crows. And I do remember, I believe, where they're referring to, but I'm going to quote it anyway. Just got to find it. Okay, I found it. Baba Yaga is the protector of wild animals who serve her. Her flights are accompanied by crows, ravens, and owls. These birds signal her dominion over day and night. They are not normally compatible. Crows and ravens are intensely diurnal, daytime, while owls are identified with night. So, there's the excerpt about crows and Baba Yaga. moving on. Let's continue with the game, shall we? Day 1, Thursday. All right. I know you want me to click the bell. Give me a minute. I want to do stuff. Are we petting kitty? Can we pet the kitty? We can pet the kitty. I want to make sure that I can turn the volume all the way up. Okay, it is. Pardon me. Petting the kitty. Petting the kitty. We can pet the kitty on the chest, just the head. Oh, the booty. Oh, you like a good booty scratch, don't you? What's this? And this. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, we can organize stuff. Now, I always like a good organization system. I very much do. Oh, this is interesting. We'll just bring all of these down here, I guess. I kind of like this one. Talking to the moon. All right. Oh, I know what this is. Oh, it's a Celtic thing, and I can't for the heck of me remember the name. Okay, we are going to put like with like. Let's see if we can move this over and put this here. All right, great. I want to put the pot up here, though. I did say we're going to put like with like, didn't I? This is Crescent Mooney. So we will do this. What does this do? Woo! Huh. Does this go in here? Okay, no. Let me look at that shape again. Okay, so something does go in there. One of these goes in there at some point, but not right this second. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. All right. This is very visually satisfying to me, and I'm thoroughly enjoying myself already, and I haven't even actually started the game yet. Whoa. Can I put this here? Oh, I think I found where that goes. Okay, 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 okay. All right, I think we're gonna hang these over here. Nope, that's not where I wanted to put that. There we go. All right. Okay, so I'm not entirely incorrect. I'm loving this so much right now. And I'm probably going to end up having to change this around again, but for now, ooh, I didn't notice that eyeball moving until just now. For now, we will make a cute little scene here. That's nice. We're bringing this over here. Okay, what's in here? Wait. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. All right, that's neat. Focus. We were organizing necklaces here. Okay, so animal necklaces. Okay. Circular necklaces. We're going to put you over here. We're going to drag you over here. I can put you here? Okay. Kitty! What's that one called? I can't, let me see. Let me see what that emote is. Don't tell me. I can figure it out. Sage dance. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I thought it was a kitty. I was wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. Okay. Necklaces. Okay, we're going to go with natural necklace here. Technically, this is natural too, but it's circular natural. I might need to change categories here. Hold on. Animal necklace. Okay. Animal necklace, but also metal. And then animal necklace. Oops, wrong spot. But this is circular, so there we go. And then here. And then here. Okay. I do love a good organization. System. So, last necklace is probably a vial of some sort. I don't know where to put it. And I say necklace, but these are pendants, so we'll just put it here for now. Okay. Don't know what that did. Okay, so now we have pokey stuff. That's what I'm going to call that, pokey stuff. And a bottle of I don't know what. Oh, but we can put it here because it's the match the shape. Yep, that's English. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. This is swirly. This is geometric, circular, geometric square, animal. Okay. Oh, that looks so cute and so nice. Now, we're going to drag this. I think we're just going to keep those there and just remember that that is what is over there. I love all of this right now. Oh, I'm having so much fun and I haven't even actually started the game yet. Okay, so back to this. Okay, now what about this? Does this fit? No, okay. One of these fits something somewhere. What about this one? Okay, maybe we'll figure it out once we start playing. Okay. I see all of these other pendants and charms in here. So maybe we will find the right one at some point. All right, so what is this? I have a growing fear deep within me. I cannot let it take hold. Okay. Archive. Why archive? Oh, probably for stuff that we get. Okay. I think I am... Oh, there's a down? Huh. Is this a drawer? Ooh, what is this? You can use RT to bring up a magnifying glass. Okay, and this? On thalamic fields. All thalamic objects produce a field of sorts. Although invisible to the naked eye, they can be observed by placing an object over a thalamic lens. A diurnal field pattern. Diurnal, remember, means sun, or daytime, or morning, that kind of thing. We learned that when we were reading about crows. These fields are not fully understood despite attempts to study them over the years. Well, we at least understand them somewhat now. Diurnal means sun. Oh, there's another knob I just noticed. This goes here. If I remember correctly, this is not Hecate. This is, or Hecate. But that goes there. Now, what is this? Reminder, I've stored a couple of items in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. EW. Ooh. All right. Explore. It's the map. We found the map. We found the map. We found the map. We found the map. It's the map. The map. You know that reference? You're a real one. I wonder if we can... Okay, this is how we zoom in. Okay. This is very much along the similar lines of Strange Horticulture. So I already feel comfortable as to where we are now and what we're doing. This was the one I was missing. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. I'm trying to grab this. Push the wrong button. Okay, let's go up and over here. Okay, this is circular and nature, so we'll just put it here. Let's go over and back down and grab this. This is probably what we were looking for as well. Okay, there we go. I'm actually going to move this over to here. Nope, over here. There we go. And move this here. Okay, there's plenty of room. Good, good, good. I was worried. Okay. We are doing good. Ooh, you can really stick a whole bunch around here, can't you? Okay. Then that means we can... Ooh, that's perfect. Ooh, look how shapely that looks. Oh, I love it. Okay, which means we can bring this down here. And just kind of have an empty shelf to work from. So that we can organize this in whatever way we like. You guys, I just saw the spider. You see the spider here? Look at... It's a spider. Okay, little spider. Oops, you're in the wrong spot. Come here. But now I know I can do that. That's cool. Okay, we grab creepy hand and put it next to other creepy hand looking thing or crown or whatever this is. Remove you over a little bit. Okay, we're going to move you over a little bit. There we go. It's not exactly even, but see if I can make it even. Okay. Dang it. Okay. Not as even as that's going to get. Okay, we now have plants. This is a callback to the strange horticulture. Times. I got this. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm beyond stupidly excited about this now. All right. Look how nice that looks. I'm actually going to change these out because I want the blue to be... No, actually, because you've got the blue of the blue window, so you want to stagger these. It's more appealing to the eye. Okay. I'm going to scoot you over just a wee. Oh, not that much of a wee. There we go. Okay, so let's go back to where we were on the table. Okay. Okay, so there's a... Okay. Okay, hold on a minute now. I thought the table would not move with us. I was wrong. Nope, the table's here. So this has got to be the back table that we work on. Okay. See, what I like to do anytime I start a game is see how much I can move around the map. Or shop in this case. Okay, so this is what it looks like when we visit. Oh shit. Okay, so we can't do that because then that takes us to the bad side of the clock. All right, let's get started. All right, new person. I've been called away to assist an urgent matter in Ravenglass and must leave at once. Eli White. Okay, that's who EW is. Eli White is a thaumaturge, a collector and curator of powerful objects. Objects that, to the untrained eye, may appear dull and lifeless, but that in the right hands are armed with the right knowledge, can be a gateway to so much more. For Eli, the quest to unearth and understand each new object has been the driving force of his adult life. As owner of strange antiquities, Eli is a stern master. He knows firsthand what can happen if the right precautions are not taken. He doesn't tend to show much emotion, but he does have a more tender side, a side that is mostly reserved for the store's cat, Jupiter. Devourer of souls. Jupiter. Jupiter is the thaumaturge's cat, or more accurately, Eli is Jupiter's thaumaturge. Jupiter found strange antiquities, perhaps drawn to the curiosities within, and made it his home. Oh, Jupiter's a dude. Eli was more than happy to accommodate him, but he learned early on that Jupiter was his own master. His business is his own, but it largely consists of regular naps, terrorizing rodents, and midnight explorations of Undermere and beyond. What he does on his excursions is a mystery, but he seems to be well known amongst the town's residents. Snowy Star the Cutie. Wowee, this game has a fun premise, not gonna lie. I agree. Make use of my reference materials here. Take this. There's an index in the back that may be useful to you. All right, we'll just we'll store you over here. We'll probably put you right here. I missed all that dialogue. And remember that there are some powerful artifacts here. Under no circumstances should you seek entry to any locked doors, drawers, or cupboards. Well, shit. In fact, safe is not to touch anything at all. I should be back in a few days. I already tried to open one. And we were unsuccessful. But I want in. But if it's locked, then we've already been told it's a no-no and no touchy and behave thyself. Silver is doing much better. I'm on my last day of my period, and I could not be happier for it because day one was a fucking doozy and I hated it. Okay, so we did this already. Pet the kitty. I'm going to zoom in on the cute kitty. We're going to look at some of these. Look at some of these. Wow. That looks very Celtic in nature. As does that. So does that. Alright, book. How do I read? Oh, inspect. Okay. Contents. Ecumenical, Aries remnant. An ecumenical is a receptacle, commonly featured as... Let me try my English one more time. Commonly featuring a memento mori that acts as an aid to recollection. So, for those who do not know their Greek, memento, it means memory, mori means dead. When everyone says, by the way, memento mori, it's kind of a reminder one day you will die, period. This will all end. So some people use it as, YOLO. Some people use it as you're not, entirely invincible. You are not a god or goddess. You are not any, unending deity. You are mortal. Morty is also another word for mortality. So memento mori, remember that you are mortal. Remember that there is an end to you at some point. You are not an indefinite existence. For a lot of people, memento mori is very reassuring. For us, a lot of people, memento mori is very creepy. And there's a lot of people who are in between the spectrum. I, myself, probably fall somewhere in the spectrum. Sometimes it's reassuring. Sometimes I don't want the reminder. So, a memory cannot reside in both the mind and the ecumenical at the same time, and it cannot be stored indefinitely. When a memory has been left for long periods, it can begin to emit unpleasant vapors. It stank bad. An empty ecumenical, or ecumenical, not alchemical. Ecumenical means accumulate, so something that collects. An empty ecumenical, on the other hand, has an ominous presence, pulling at the threads of one's mind. So mind was put here in bold twice. An Aries remnant. These objects induce a form of synesthesia, where colors and tones, light and shadow, can be felt through touch. They are sometimes used by those who work in low light conditions, such as miners. The gemstones in an Aries remnant are arranged in the shape of the constellation that shares its name. I think I've seen something like that. Am I wrong, chat? Wouldn't this looks like it would be one? Or am I just I'm crazy now? Am I crazy? That looks like that's what that is. Binding seed. Now, I've seen this before, and I know a lot about this magic. So, the memento mori, a moment to remember death. Memento, yes, it is a moment to remember death, but memento is simply memory. Strictly translated, it is memory. Mori, strictly translated, is death. So, remember, dead. Binding seed. These items are made of two distinct materials, representing the mentic and the wixit. You guys are challenging me today. Good grief. The mind and the body. So they explained it to you already. The mind, mentic, mentic. Here's your word association for the day. And the wixit, the body. The winding path, the mind, is described by a spiral encompassing the body, the seed. So you probably, if you're anyone like me, you're probably already familiar with spirals in many cultures. In the indigenous people of the Native American, and actually South American, Central American, spirals are a big freaking deal. In Celtic, you'll see it all the time. There are others in Vedic magic and mythology, where the swastika was misappropriated strongly, and absolutely bleh. But it originally is also a binding seed. So, a binding seed is a form of punishment that amplifies feeling of guilt and shame. Not always. Not always. Binding seeds are also used, again, punishment is a strong word, depending. So if you want to keep something away from you, then you do what's called the Celtic spiral against time, counterclockwise. You want to keep it away from you, you want it to go counterclockwise. You want to keep it towards you, then you do it, you want to bring something towards you, good or bad, then you do it clockwise. Same thing actually in Chinese lunar magic. You've probably seen those on people's doors. It's not the bagua, I think it's called the bashi. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I know I'm not pronouncing that correctly. But it is a hexagonal shape, and it has all of these separate different lines. But if you look at it, it's actually a spiral. So this also is on people's doors as a protective and or bringing in symbol, and it's usually married with a mirror of some sort. It's either a mirror that's been rounded and beveled out, or a mirror that's been rounded and beveled in. Depending on if the mirror is beveled out or in, depends on the use of that spiral. If the mirror is rounded and beveled out, like as if you're trying to turn, you've been in the hospital, so you've seen those rounded mirrors around the corner, so you can see what's going around the corner. That's exactly the purpose, is to keep something away from you, to reflect it away from you. If it's beveled in, then that is to bring something to you, depending on the use of the bashi. Be right back, gotta fry stuff. See you night. Be right back. Go ahead and cook. I want to see the end result of this cook. I want to see what you end up doing. So, if you are a Chinese magical practitioner and you know exactly what I'm friggin' talking about, please say so in the chat. Please reference it. You have my permission to link. I want people to have actual correct sources. So, this goes hard, to be honest. And we could go down the whole list, but we're not going to do that. We have the reference book. We don't need to read the whole thing. We're good. Congratulations! Today is the day you meet the great Thomas Pope. You mean you? Ah, yes, you mean you. I'm a man of two loves, fresh mountain air and a little white dog called Hamish. But I reserve some room for laughter among friends and shops with cats in them. Hi, how are you doing? I happen to be one. If you would be so kind, I'm looking for a replacement for my hunter's boon. Use Y on items to inspect them. Hunter's boon. Okay. This? This is like when you're in the strange horticulture, you gotta label stuff. Okay, so he's gonna describe it now. Cool. Great. I don't know how to find out what that is. Do I just find it and drag it? This looks like... maybe this is it. Use item. That wasn't the item I'm looking for. I should slow down and think this through more carefully. Okay. Oh, that did not take us to... okay. So let's look out... Okay, let's use the book we just finished reading and see if we cannot find Hunter's Boon. Hunter's Boon. Okay. A hunter's boon is a primitive item. They grant the power of the predator, enhancing perception and agility. They are made from trophies taken from slain beasts, with those from the deadliest predators being the most prized. They are simple items without embellishments. All right, then I think I know what he's talking about. This one. Use item. Woohoo! Hunter's Boon. This is a tiger's tooth, a trophy from a predator. On closer inspection, it gives sensation of power. Selenic totem. These carved totems, more commonly known as moon hearts, can be imbued with a segment or feeling such as love or joy, and then held tightly to recall the same feeling. They sometimes feature crescent shapes. Oh, that was the first one I picked up. Associated with both the Selenic and Noctic disciplines. So Selenic means moon, Selena. If you've ever known your lunar gods and goddesses, Selena. And Noctic means nocturnal, Nox. And Nox is a very well-known Greco-Roman goddess of the night. Indeed, the form of the item itself will, or Selena or Selene is another name for her, will often have a connection to either the moon or the night. Okay, so you can add labels to items while inspecting them using why. Okay, so this is color and composition. Yellowy brown. Ooh, okay. But this was called Hunter's Boon. We'll do this. And Hunter's. Nope. Hunter's Boon. Okay, and now we pick an icon. Oh, we can pick a shape. I'll keep it this shape for now, because it mimics the shape of the... Whoa! What shape should we use, chat? There's so many. I am confused. Okay, I think this is Hecate. Somebody tell me which one is the Hecate symbol, because I don't remember. No, I think this was Hecate. And I don't remember her being sideways like that, though. Okay, so this, one of these is Earth, and I think this is Earth. No, this is fire. This is air. No, this is air. Fire, air, earth, water. That's what those symbols are. Unless I've got it entirely wrong. Okay, so I didn't see this symbol until just now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the basic symbols that are used for the 4 elements. Genuinely. Ooh, this looks about right. Yeah, I think we'll use that one. That one makes the most sense. Oh, or this one. Oh, I can't make up my mind, chat. Let's do this. And then can we do both? No, we're going to use the other one. Wait, I found Hecate. I just saw her. That's the Hecate symbol right there. No, it's not. That's another... Okay, you know what? I can't remember all my symbols, okay? There's a lot of freaking symbols. If you've ever used, what the hell? What's the word called? Sigils. That's what all of these are sigils, by the way. If you've ever used sigil magic, you will know that a sigil is anything drawn for a magical purpose. Period. Be it your name, your initials, anything that means something to you. Okay, Hunter's Boon. Inner perception. It gives a sensation of power. Ugh, it's a thing of power. Okay. I could sit here and try to identify all of them, but I really want to identify the eyeball one. Selenic Totem. Moon Hearts. I bet you anything. Moon Hearts. That's what that is. The first thing I had picked up. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just go through the game. Jack Hungerford. The nights are drawn in again. Dark shadows hide dark deeds, or so my father always used to say. Seems like the shadows have grown darker since he passed 2 winters gone. A creeping dark has set up in my house. I'm told a shadow hold will draw it out. Okay, let's look up shadow hold. Shadow hold. I know where it is. I know exactly what that one is. I don't even need to, because we saw it earlier. That's this one. Use item. That wasn't it? Ah, shit. We're going to have to look again. As I assumed. Okay, so a shadow hold or Shadow Vestal is a container of any kind, sometimes a jar or a bottle or some sort of box. Well, that was me for assuming. Okay, let's look for a jar or a shadow or some kind of box. Oh shit, that's this one. Identified, shadow hold. Next time I should read the whole entry. The item is a container of some kind. The design of the bottle is the same as the sketch. Sunbond. A sunbond is small and lightweight. So every time we get something right, we earn another page in the book. Okay. Small and lightweight, designed to be carried discreetly and made of a non-precious metal of some kind, housing a gemstone of light. They carry the warmth and the light of the sun, a brightness that can pierce the darkness, gloom. Okay, there's an auto-labeling option in the settings, adding labels by hand, if adding labels by hand isn't your thing. Well, I like that because they didn't have that in the other Strange Horticulture game. So what I'm going to do now is, and we're going to add this color, shadow hold. We'll do dark. And then we're going to do shape. We'll do that. And then we'll do icon. Shadow. What looks like a shadow? This kind of looks like a shadow. This looks better. We might pick this one. What do you think, chat? I know most of these symbols, but I can't for the life of me think of them. This is male. This is female. One of these is Hecate, and I will find it. Shadow hold. Okay. This is the symbol for the sun, by the way. We'll pick this one for now. All right, next. Oh, pet the kitty. Always pet the kitty. David Schaefer. What's with all these ravens flying about Undermere today? I can't remember ever seeing anything like it. Not a good day to be the sort who believes in dark omens. A letter for you, by the way. We discovered some papers in a hidden desk drawer in the boatyard last night. Mr. Jones almost threw them in the fire pit, but I asked to take a look at them first. That man does like to burn things. They look old. Maybe there's nothing of much use here, but I thought of you when I came across an entry on the shin. Charles Weathers. Okay, so they're not going to be charred. He caught them before they got charred. Awesome. Now, where do we put this? I'll put you here for now so we can find out where to put the paper. Should we put all notes in the same drawer? I think we should put all notes in the same drawer. Okay. Organization. Organization. Spiderwick. That was the name of the game or the movie I couldn't think of. Spiderwick. Oh, okay. If you were here on that day, you know what I'm talking about now. So I was talking last week about a Bogart and a house elf being in Spiderwick the same being, depending on their attitude. And I could not, for the life of me, think of the name of the movie. Now, the movie is based off of the kids' book, not young adult, but like preteen book section. It is a fantastic series with a lot of lore, and I really recommend it for you guys. Again, the series is called Spiderwick. Really, you should look it up. It's great. And the actors on that movie, phenomenal. In fact, if you watch the movie, you will notice a couple familiar faces. Okay. We are almost going absolutely insane, so we need to be careful. That's a pleasing word to hold on the tongue. Ossic. I want an Ossic ring. Ossic ring. Okay, so let's look that up. They don't have it in the alphabetic index, so Ossic ring. Ossic ring. Here we go. These somewhat macabre objects were originally made as offerings to the goddess Quarkin. Oh my gosh, I hope I pronounced that right. It's not Quartin, because I know better. This is Celtic, so it's Quarkin. But the practice fell out of favor as belief waned. They are hard to come across now, but they are occasionally sought out for their ability to keep vermin at bay. Huh. You would think she'd be holding those snakes back stronger, like with a more firm grip, but oh well. Some say that they could hear Quarkin's unearthly hiss when they hold an Ossic ring up to their ear. Okay, so an Ossic ring. Wait, let me go back to that again. Okay, so we're going to listen for a hiss. Something that looks like that, but with a hiss. Scent and sound. I have nothing to remark. What about this one? I have nothing to remark. For the life of me, I can't think of it. What about this? I have nothing to remark. Ossic. I guess we're just going to have to go through all of these. I found it! Those are snake bones. Okay. Emanates from within. Found it. Color. Green. Ossic ring. And I hope I spelled that right. Shape. I think we'll keep it that shape for now. No, I don't think so. I think we'll do this. Now we need something that looks like a snake. Oh, that'll look. That works. Ossic ring. Okay, remember what I was saying about the swirlies? This is counterclockwise. Well, actually, technically it's clockwise. But if you go into it, it's about the out to the in, not the other way around. It depends on how you swirl it. If you are trying to bring something to you, you start from the outside, then end up in the middle. If you're trying to bring something away from you, you start from the outside or the inside and then go to the outside. If you're trying to bring something bad away from you, then you want to start from the inside to the outside and vice versa for good. What else would look like a snake? What do you guys think, chat? Unless I see something else, that looks about right to me. Woohoo! Got it on the first try. Made of bone, this item satisfies the description macabre. Closer inspection. You know what? I hate when they do that. Because knuckle bones, as well used as a divination tool, is made from the knuckle bones of dead people. It's a game. That's where the game name come from. Anyway, people make me mad. Evocant. These stone items weigh the same as a man's heart, according to popular myth. The truth is a little less dramatic, but the weight of these items is nevertheless important and should not... Oh, come back here. Oh well. Edmund Bishop. The behavior of these ravens is disturbing to say the least. Oh shit, my bad. As a rule, they only come together to feed. Ravens are omnivores, carrion eaters mostly, but they'll take anything they can get their talons into. We've read that already, you guys. And they'll kill if necessary. I didn't plan on dropping in today, but there's something happening out there, and I'd like to know what. A voice of Serenos might help put me at ease, or it might do the opposite. Okay, voice of Serenos. That looks familiar. The name Voice of Serenos is used to refer to any bronze torque that has certain imbued properties. With skill, such an item can be used to read the patterns of nature that are otherwise hidden to us. Serenos is a pagan god of the forest and nature, typically depicted as a man with the antlers of a stag and often wearing or holding a torque. So torque. Okay, so the reason why I pronounce it as torque and not torch is because the modern UK, United Kingdom definition of torch is a flashlight. To Americans, I can speak specifically American, we think of torch as a stick with fire at the end of it. But both definitions have come from this image you see right here. Okay, and it is a magical item to light the spiritual way, not the physical light way, the spiritual light way. So that's where torque and torch have both come. That's what torque means, and where torch, the word itself, has come from. Okay, so wait, I need to pull the book out again. Bronze. Okay. We're looking for bronze, something that looks like a fire. Probably this. Sounds are muffled in its presence. Orange gemstone. Polished. Send and sound. It might actually be this. I'm not sure, but it might be this. Nothing to remark. I don't like how this makes me feel. Cool and smooth. Stone. It's not this. I know that for a fact. Because watch, and I'll prove it to you. Iron. Bronze. That's not the same thing. Plus, cool. Plus, every sound has become both louder and clearer. Plus, so it's not what we're looking for. I doubt, but we're going to look anyway. It does need to say bronze. You are correct. Bone, yellowed white. A cheap metal of some kind, probably pewter. So that's not it. Bronze, so far so good. Raised detailing. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. That might be it, to be honest. Bronze can be light colored too, by the way. Green marble, iron. So that's not it. And just to double check, this is bronze. This is an orange gemstone. This is wood. This is gold. I swear to goddess, this has got to be it. It's either this one or that one. I doubt it's this one. Bronze. Bronze, 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 bronze. Raised detailing. Nothing to remark. Great, now we have My Heart Feels Lighter. Let's go back to the book. It was one of those three. It's not the eyeball. It's one of those three. Maybe that is the orange gem because fire is orange. No, that is correct. And I'm thinking that as well. So I'm glad we're on the same page. Oh, wait. The picture says Ceranos is wearing his torque. Not holding it, wearing it. Okay. Then it's this one. Woohoo! I could never... Remember when I started, I couldn't remember the name of this thing? There you go. And I told you it was Celtic. This is why being a witch is a good idea in these kinds of games. Because you know your shit. You don't need the game to tell you. Yeah. A little bit of a detail that I definitely did not initially pay attention to. Because I already knew that this was worn around the neck. This is a necklace. So, I feel so much better. All right. We are going to call that Spirit Eye. Well, then now we know what that necklace was. Okay, we are going to name this. Color, Ceranos. Voice of Cernunnos. And then the shape. We'll do this for now. A more organic shape. Now, what looks like Cernunnos? I think I'm going to end up using this one. If I can't find anything else. What do you think, chat? Yeah, I think I'm going to use that one. All right. And now let's end the day. The black mare thundered through the icy rain, shining wet in the silver moonlight. Her cloaked rider was exhausted, cold, and soaked to the bone. He knew he would not survive the night if he did not reach Back Barrow. Okay, I guess we're going to Back Barrow then. Ooh. All right. Cuffs. An escaped prisoner ran northwest. He hid me in the first building he came to. Okay, I think we're going to save that. Over here. Northwest Back Barrow. No, northwest. Lake Undermere. Ferryman's Way. You see it, chat? Because I don't know if I see it. Maybe if I look here. Back Barrow. Let me get this out. Let me grab this and look at it again. Ran northwest. He hid me in the first building he came to. So maybe we should be looking for the prison instead. Okay, we're number 2. So we're here. We're looking for the place that this hint here is trying to have us go to. My connection keeps failing. So we're Strange Horticulture. We are key number 2. We're right here. This is our shop right there. High Green Church, Hospital, Lockhouse, Boatyard, Stockside Road, Old Jail, 10. 10, 10, 10. Okay. So he's an escaped prisoner. And he ran northwest, hid me in the first building he came to. So that would be here, number 9. Number 9 is Stockside Rock. Let's go to Stockside Rock. Okay, we met all kinds of interesting people on this workday. All right, but I would like to travel. So we should go to that. This natural monument looms over the town like a relic, its weathered surface heavy with the weight of Undermere's murky, tangled history. I take a moment to ponder its scenes, secrets, and carry on. That's the wrong spot. First, building northwest. The Barrows? At the top of the hill is a cluster of grassy mounds. The Barrows, whoever is buried in them, must have been important in their time. Okay. We're headed in the right direction. Oh, don't tell me they're here at our shop. That's not good news. Well, let's try the boatyard. The yard has seen better days. A mess of broken and rotten timber covers most of the outdoor space. That's hold on. That's taken up by upturned boats, slowly being claimed by the weeds. In the middle of all this, a man looks up from repairing a small rowing boat. You must be from strange antiquities, he says with a smile. He takes me into the dilapidated office where 2 metal buckets collect drips of brown water, and a thin window pane rattles with every footstep. He pulls a sheaf of brown papers out of a desk drawer and places this gently in my hands. Oh. Okay. Book contents discovered. Apparently, as an afterthought and somewhat reluctantly, the man gives me something else as I'm leaving. I have no use for it, he says. Don't even know what it's for. Woo! Okay. Well, that's interesting. I'll pop you up here. Yeah, I think that's the right place as well. But I like to cover all my bases, so let's check the Grey Wick Farm. The scent of damp hay lingers in the air as crows pick at the muddy ground between withered stone barns. The farmer lifts his gaze briefly, offering a little more than a nod before turning back to his work. I don't think I'll find anything useful here. Okay, an escaped prisoner ran northwest. We know this is the prison, and this is northwest. We've checked every northwest direction from the prison, so we should be good. Salt. We'll put that in the salt pile. Okay. All right. Verona Green. She looks familiar. Ah, well, that's just perfect. Undermere fizzing with fear over these ravens, and the thaumaturge has left his apprentice in charge. Bitch, ain't nobody ask your opinion? Sorry, my dear, that was rude. You think? Pay no attention to me. I'm an old lady who got out of the wrong side of bed. Yeah, a little bit. These ravens have got under my skin is all. Please do let Eli know I was looking for him next time you see him, and pass on my thanks for letting me borrow his copy of Hermetic Symbology. I think we found the escaped prisoner. He even gave us a new relic. Yeah, I think you're right, too. Starry. Or Snowy. Wow, I keep doing that. Oh, we got a new book? Hell yeah. Okay, alphabetical order, folks. It's important. Finally, a symbol book. Oh, that was going to drive me nuts. This was going to drive me nuts. See, I told you these were the 4 elements. I just didn't have it right. And light and dark. See, I wasn't familiar with these two. Mercury. So I was wrong on that one. Bismuth. Platinum. Silver. See, you guys? It's even my birth moon. This is the moon I was born under. A waxing moon. Autumn. Oh, well, I've got the wrong one then for that. Fog, hail, lightning, rain, snow, storm. Wait a minute. I know what we're going to do. We're going to go back over here. We're going to fix the symbol. Where did it go? It's over here. I labeled it. Here it is. We're going to fix the symbol. Dark. This one. Okay. Talking to the moon. Okay. Materials, mundane elements, seasons, weather, Wicca. I knew this was Wiccan. I wasn't really sure about these two, but frost, heat, ice, which is not, which I don't remember this at all, and a witch's sign also don't remember that. But if you watched Has Been Hotel, no, not Has Been Hotel, Hell of a Boss, you've seen this symbol in that show before. Yeah, it does match. Okay, so I saw something that said diurnal and nautic. So we should, and I've seen the word Wixic before, and Mentic. I want to go back to what we've already labeled. Voice of Serenos. Okay. Bronze. View properties. Such an item can be used to read the patterns of nature. Okay, so what we'll do now is put the nature symbol on the Voice of Serenos. Oh, no. Pardon me. Does anyone see the nature one? I put the insanity one on there. Whoopsie. Antimony, arson, blah, 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 blah. Where is nature? Okay. Chat, help! Maybe I'll just do bronze, if there is bronze here. There's something I'm forgetting. Thank you. Okay, so God of the Forest and Nature, typically depicting a man with the antlers of a stag and often wearing and holding a torque. Wearing. Okay. I swear to Goddess, I don't know what symbol to use for him. But I know that's the wrong one. Because that's a symbol that is not him. Where did I find it? I've already got the wrong symbol on the man. Rain. Well, I wasn't entirely wrong. Well, I'm going to go now. See ya, Silver. Maybe be back. Okay. It's Silver, but I get it. Fingers, fat fingering keys is a thing that happens. You know what? We'll do Horn God. That makes the most sense. So we'll use Awakened symbol for Horn God. Ah, that was it. I just saw it. Proper associations are important, people. Sigils are important. Writing is important. And as my boyfriend reminded me last night, words are important. All right, let's see if we mislabeled anything else. Okay, Ossic ring. Okay. Macabre. So macabre means death. They are hard to come across now, but they are occasionally sought out for their ability to keep vermin at bay. Okay. So let's start from the beginning. Okay. Protection is the only thing I can think of. Yeah, I think protection is what I'm looking for. I'm going to double check that entry one more time. Yeah, we'll go with protection for that one. There's so, like I said, chat, there's so many symbols. There's no way I'm going to remember all of them from school. None. No freaking way I'm going to remember all of them. So I will get it wrong. It has been a very long time since I took sigil class. Here it is. Okay, let's continue. Verona has been a constant in Undermere for as long as the streets have had cobblestones and the churches have had bell towers. She is respected and feared, which she revels in, and she is revered and admired, which she tolerates. Her knowledge of the occult world is second to none, and her expertise has steered the citizens of Undermere away from catastrophe on more than one occasion. She's the town witch, you guys. The near misses of the Selenic Flame and the Woken Dendru are two such events that springs to mind. Yes, now that's a reference to the other game, Strange Horticulture, of which she is also in that game. She is of the opinion that no problem is so great, no obstacle so insurmountable, that it can't be diminished by a properly brewed pot of tea. What I say, witch, right? Right. I would tolerate being revered. So would I. I shared a song with Ace on his stream last night for Stardew Valley. And it was, I can't remember the name now. But to him, it came across sacrilegious. And I felt, my feelings were so hurt. I'm like, no. because it was, to me, it was such a beautiful song. To him, it was worshipful of a human being, and he's a Christian, so you can see where that kind of bumped up against each other. And I was over here like, I was upsetty spaghetti, okay? Let me see if I can find the song. Hold on, chat. I'm going to pause for a second and see if I can find it. Oh, I was distraught. Let's see. For the life of me, I cannot remember the last song that I played. But it was last night. I swear to Goddess, I can't remember. Recent songs. Let's do that. Nope. Jane Austen, Persuasion. I swear to Goddess, I can't remember the band's name. I'm so sad. I am so sad that I cannot remember. It's going to drive me crazy now. Oh my word. It's a dude that sings it. And Ordinary. Oh, blessed Goddess, I remembered. Here, I'm going to play the song for you guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
They say the holy water's watered down, and this town's lost its faith. Our colors will fade eventually, so if our time is running out, day after day, we'll make the mundane our masterpiece. Oh my.
Wait, before he gets into the chorus, I'm actually going to put the lyrics on the screen. Give me a minute while I do that. Because I don't just listen to music, I listen to the emotion in the song, I look at the words, and I feel it. So when Ace rejected it, I was like, no. I was distraught. I was torn to shit. I was mad. Okay, hold on. Window capture. No, I already have a window capture here. Where is it? I'm not going to be able to find it. Ah, here it is. And the artist name is Alex Warren. So I'm gonna shrink this because wow, that's big. Okay, and we're gonna go together and read this word for word. Okay, you guys. Music is part of my soul. So when someone misinterprets something, I get upset, okay? Okay, here we go.
They say the holy water's watered down, and this town's lost its faith. Our colors will fade eventually, so if our time is running out, day after day, we'll make the mundane our masterpiece. Oh my love, I take one look at you, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down to a dead and buried on the edge of your knife, staying drunk drunk on your vibe. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground of your sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, oh Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found hopeless hallelujah on this side of heaven's gate. Oh, my life, how do ya breathe and take my breath away? At your altar I will pray. You're the sculptor, I'm the clay. Oh my, you're taking me out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down so we're dead and buried on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your vibe. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so ordinary. You got me kissing the ground, sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, oh Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so heavenly, higher than ecstasy. Whenever you're next to me, oh my, what was in black and white until I saw your light? I thought you had to die to find something so out of the ordinary. I want you laying me down till we're dead and buried on the edge of your knife, staying drunk on your vibe. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground in the sanctuary. Shatter me with your touch, oh Lord, return me to dust. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found.
Now, I can see very easily the confusion here that Ace experienced. To him, it sounded like worship of a human, not worship of a god, or his god, should I say. And you can see where my heart was absolutely shattered when he said that, right? I was over here like, no. I was so upset. I was like, way to miss the entire point. And I'm still shattered. Because clearly, now that you read the lyrics, it's actually reverent of God and the Christian God. And hey, thanks for bringing her to me. Oh my, thanks. That's pretty much the whole thing. And he just went, whoo, worshiping humans. Don't do that. And I was like, I was slain. Okay, absolutely dead. Okay, I got that out of my system now. Alright, let's see what chat says. I would tolerate being revered. Empress says, I love music and I'm a mental head, so my atheism makes religious distaste for me giggle. As you can tell, I wasn't giggling. I was in tears. I was distraught. I was upset. Oh well. And I said this in his chat. I said, you know what? They can't all be winners. I get it. It's just not for you. Okay. And I'm like tearing up on the other side of the computer. Okay, Silver, my dear, I have to go. I have to finish my prep, and I have movie watch along with Sage in half an hour. Have a great rest of your stream, sweetie. Enjoy your movie night with Sagey. Tell Sagey I said hi. Okay, let's continue with the game. Oh, I'm so glad she stopped by. I love it when Empress stops by. Okay, we were doing a thing and I got entirely distracted. We were correcting symbols that we had gotten wrong. Okay, so Hunter's Boon, and that was the last symbol we were fixing. Hunter's Boon. Grant power of the predator, enhancing perception and agility. Okay. Whoops. Perception and agility. I guess we could do of the body. Or Mentic. But more of the body. Deception, life, paralysis, poison, fear, foresight, protection, strength, truth, fortune, hypnosis, insanity, weakness, wisdom. No, wait. Strength might be something? No, agility and strength are two different things. Ashes, oil, soap, down the urine, blah, blah, blah. And money, bismuth, blah, 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 blah. Autumn, bitter, and summer. Fall, hail, lightning, rain, blah, blah. Blessings? Blessings is the closest one. What was the other one I said we could do? Not strength. Wixic. Let me look at the book one more time. Perception and agility. They're made from trophies taken from slain beasts, with those from the deadliest predators being the most prized. Simple items without embellishment. So we'll do Wixic. Yeah, Wixic. So this one is okay. Yes, because it's individual. So this makes sense. Okay, because it's for the individual person who is carrying it or having it on their person. Okay, so let's look for this one then. Where did I see it? Oh, I think this is it. I could be wrong, and I feel like I am. Let's make sure we don't totally have that incorrect. I definitely had it wrong. Okay. It was this one. Okay. Okay, that should be all of them corrected now. Now I'm curious. What was the symbol I put on it? I know it looked like crosshairs. Fog. Okay, that's what I had put on it. What was the one I was going to put on it? Oil. Fog and oil. Well, that's about right. Okay. Neither of those were correct. Even slightly. Tess Sherwood. I feel paralyzed. I have no job, no partner, no friends, no prospects. Poor baby. I heard a horn shackle might be the answer. Alright, let's look up horn shackle. Horn shackles are used to bring about change in one's life, bestowing the ability to overcome personal demons. In use, the horns are rubbed between one's fingers, causing them to become worn smooth over the years. They can be worn as pendants, but are more commonly totems of some kind. An example of an elaborate horned shackle. Okay. What about this one? Let's see. A dark blue-green gemstone. I thought at first it was bone, but it's in fact clay painted to look like bone. Touch. Hard and somewhat rough. This is not it. Nothing to remark. Fills me with a sense of foreboding, so this is not it. It's probably one of those necklaces over there then. It has horns. Bronze. All bronze. Rigid. Smooth. Rigid. Nothing to remark. Strong sense of being watched. No. That's not it either. Okay, what about this one? Bone, yellowed white. Cheap metal of some kind, probably pewter. Hard and somewhat rough. Engraved detailing. This is a protection symbol. We know that already. So we're on the somewhat right track. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Well, shit. I don't know which one it is. Let's go back to the book. Change in one's life. Horned shackle. Causing them to become worn smooth over the years. They can be worn as pendants, or more commonly totems of some kind. Excuse me. It absolutely has to have horns. Okay. Stone appears to be a fossilized creature of some sort. Okay, well that's not what I thought it was going to be then. Hard and rigid. It's rough and pitted. I have nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. And that's a slight out-of-body feeling like my hands belong to somebody else. Okay, that's definitely not it. I swear I think it's this. I really do think it is this. It has to be this. Damn it. Dark wood, yew perhaps, and stone. Rough and gnarled, cool and smooth. Nothing to remark, nothing to remark. Don't like how it makes me feel. It's the spiral too, so I also know that that's probably not it. I swear to Goddess, I don't know. Okay. Nope. Alright, let's try this. Clay. Textured. Pointy. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. Hydrate. On it. I'm on it, Empress. Thank you. Ugh. Okay. We got about 45 minutes left of the stream, you guys. A moment, I have to check my messages. Just give me a moment. One more moment. Okay, I don't. Okay. I've got groceries I've got to do. Oh, I see. Okay, no, the stream will be over by then. So I'll be good. Okay. Alrighty. I was making arrangements to go and get groceries with a friend, so that's what I was looking at, chat. Okay, back to it. Sentence sound, nothing to remark. Inner perception, I have nothing to remark, I have nothing to remark. I don't know if this is it, to be honest. Made of wood. It's rough and pitted. This part feels smooth. Okay, so maybe it's this. Nothing to remark. I have nothing to remark, nothing to remark. This is probably it. Yay! Horned shackle. Item has horns. Closer inspect reveals the horns have been worn smooth. Vestiger. Okay. Something to just look at, I guess. Literally just forgot the name of the thing we were looking at. Horn shackle. Red. And the shape. Horned shackle. We'll do this one. Now, it is of protection. I think. Hopefully, I got it right. Oh, change. Overcome. Okay, so change life demons. Life. Yeah, I guess we'll use the life symbol here. I was looking for a change symbol, but they don't have that, so it is what it is. Oh, it was right here. Okay. At least the weather is looking a little better out there today. Good day. You might be interested to hear that my plow overturned a strange-looking object yesterday. Come to the farm and it's yours, for the right price, of course. John Royston. Okay, we're going to take this to the back table here, put it here. And there was a farm northwest of us. I think it was this one, Greywick Farm. Oh, well, went to the wrong place. Let's pay more attention here. Hold on, my wrist kind of did a thing. Okay, I think I might have twisted a nerve or something because my hand felt really weird just then. Okay, so you might be interested to hear that my plow returned a strange looking object yesterday. Come to the farm and it's yours. So it's not that farm. What farm? It's not the Greywick Farm. Royston Farm. Okay, so that's number 30. It's right here. Okay. John grins as I struggle to hide my obvious interest in the items he shows me. Any hope that he might not be fully aware of its value quickly evaporates, and after a lengthy negotiation, I reluctantly hand over the amount he originally asked for. Ooh. All right. This is going to go in the enamel symbol area. Okay. Pet the kitty. We are always going to pet the kitty. Ah, Jupiter, we meet again. Our paths crossed last night on Princess Street. We shared a moment before he slunk off into the dark, on important business, no doubt. I wonder if you can help me. I'm visiting my grandmother later, and I wanted to bring her something. She lives all alone on the edge of town, out on Clanbrook Road, and I don't always manage to get out there as often as I'd like. I thought maybe a moon heart would bring her some comfort. Moon heart. Moon River. No, moon heart. LMNOP, but I don't see it. Moon heart. Oh no, I'm in trouble. I could Google it, but I don't want to. We're gonna have to just guess. Not it. Also not it. A deep fear has taken root. I must break the hold it has over me. Okay, so what? We're going to play Knucklebones? Okay, select a segment of the seal and bank the dice to break it. Help. The goal is to break the seal. Match dice symbols to a section of the seal to break it. Stars are wild. They can be any symbols as long as they are all the same. Roll the dice as many times as you like. Select dice to lock or unlock them. If you get 3 crossbones before banking, you lose a life. 5 of a kind automatically breaks the seal. Alright then. How to bank. Bank. Roll again. Shit, I wanted to do these two. Bank. Roll. Oh, I see now. Roll again. Finally. Bank. Day 2, Friday. We just had this conversation? Oh, wait, that's right. We still didn't figure out what it was, though. The symbols on this, protect, 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 and then whatever that symbol in the middle is. From insanity. Well, lunacy is a word. Let's try that. Nope. And we're gonna go put that back. I don't know what a moon heart is. Oh, heck. I feel like it's staring me right in the face. It's probably not this, but... Well, we're gonna try them all. I know it's not Pokemon, but what else am I supposed to do? Uh-huh. Stars? No. Alright, wait a minute. Let's lock this and then use another roll. Okay. Lock, lock. Roll. I'm aware of that. Lock, lock, roll. Roll. Okay. Okay. Lock. Roll. Lock. Bank. Okay, so we're just gonna keep doing that until we figure out what it isn't. It's not this. It's not this. It's not that. It's not this. It's not that. It's not this. Well, we haven't tried it yet, so let's see. Okay, we have tried all of these, except for the one that we already know it ain't. I'm literally just gonna throw shit at the wall and see what happens. What is this? What about this? Okay, this is not good news. Okay, we know it's not that, or any of these up here. It's not in the list. Clanbrook Road. Hold on. Clanbrook Road. I just realized something. This is strange horticulture. This curious plant shop on the edge of town is a quiet haven away from the bustle of the center. Ordinarily, I'd be delighted to while away some time there, but I have important work to do, and yet an hour later, I find myself leaving the shop with a potted palliance and a weight off my shoulders. I've been chatting with the proprietor about the similarities and differences between our two disciplines, with a gently purring hellbore curled up in my lap. I love that. I forgot the name of this one already. Okay. What's this? This was a mistake. Not great. What about this? I must have taken the wrong turning. Okay. Well, at least you aren't severely punished for going to the... Wait a minute. Okay. The barrows. Does anyone else see what I need to see? Because I cannot see what I think I need to see. Clanbrook. Is that what she said? Isn't that what she said? What the heck? Yes, that is what she said. Wait a minute. What it specifically? Out on edge of town, kind of run. Okay. Mossy Wood Lock House. Ivy strangles the iron gate, creaking loudly as it opens. Behind dust-cloaked windows, somebody watches me approach the old house and tap the brass door, knocker waiting for an answer that never comes. Okay. But that's Morehouse Road. The pit, and whose ever home this is. Should not have come here. I wasn't wasting my time here. I'm wasting my time here. This was a mistake. The reason why I'm trying to meet her grandmother is to give me something to go off of, because I don't know. Doesn't seem to be anything here. I have no idea what I'm doing. Clanbrook Road. Okay, I didn't click this. Maybe I must have. Okay. I genuinely have no clue what to pick. Mossy Wood. A small hush sanctuary of ancient forest, lush moss clings to every surface. Something about the dense green makes it feel like it's hiding a secret, but I find nothing. I'm gonna go insane, literally and figuratively, trying to figure out where this place is that she is talking about. The pit is a scorched black hole, perhaps 5 meters in diameter, that has an unnatural look to it. A rough wooden fence has been erected around it, but has not been maintained in some time, and it is broken and collapsed in places. Nothing grows in a wide circle around the gaping chasm. The earth is brown and lifeless. So not necessarily unproductive. Yep, we're gonna go insane now. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Okay. Alright. Let's go crazy trying to find this stupid place. Alright, we get one strike. You can bank more than one. Oh, okay, I see. I mean, I like getting moons, but that's not what I'm looking for right now. I need a snake. Okay. Oh, getting a strike doesn't let me. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay, we got about a little over 15 minutes left of the stream, you guys. Okay, well, I goofed around and found nothing. I am not having any luck figuring out what she's talking about. This is one of my last attempts, I think, because I honestly have no clue what she's talking about. The owl's associated with the moon. That's the only thing I can think of. Ha! Look at that! Okay, well, we're going to name this now the Moon Heart. And we're going to give it a moony color. No, this is a very moony color. Some people would use this color, but I don't like the yellow hue of a moon. I like the blue hue of a moon. Or like more like the lavendery purple color. Oh wait, before I apply a symbol on this, let me just look up moon heart. It's not in here. Selenic totem. Carved totems, more commonly known as moon hearts, can be imbued with a sentiment or feeling such as love or joy, and then held tightly to recall the same feeling. They sometimes feature crescent shapes associated with both Selenic and Gnostic disciplines. Okay. So, Selenic and Gnostic. So what I like, I'm going to pick the Gnostic, because it looks more like an owl. I forgot the name. Selenic, what the heck is it called again? Totem. Okay. I'm gonna go enter. Nope, we can't. Okay. Nope. I hate it. Alrighty. Actually, you know what? I do like this, but let's do the celestial one, Selenic. Talking to the moon. I hope that's the right one. Either that one or the other one. I got it right. A friend of mine, or former friend I should say, has been stealing jewelry from me. Oopsie. 3 necklaces have gone missing over the past few weeks, including one that was a gift from my late grandmother. Do you have a suitable pendant that I could leave lying out for her to find that will teach her a lesson and make sure it never happens again? I will need to make a choice here. There are no wrong answers, but my decision will no doubt affect the events in motion outside my shop. So either we get a binding seed or a Z. Okay, what is a Z? Worn about the neck to place them closer to the heart, these innocent-looking items instill a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Zays are made of any single material except wood or clay. They typically have no symbol or other writings upon their surface. So if we want to deal with fear, we'll go with a Zay. If we want to do something different, we do binding seed. Guilt and shame. I think guilt and shame is way more effective than fear. So something with a spiral. Nope. Not that one. All right. Binding seed. The item is made of two materials, wood and stone. It features a spiral surrounding a seed. Okay. We're going to call it a binding seed. We're going to make it red, even though usually black is traditionally used for binding. We're going to use a shield symbol. No, this is a shield symbol until now. And now we need a binding symbol. Mendic and Wixic. Mind and body. Guilt. Wisdom, confusion, death, life, paralysis, poison, deception, fear, foresight, protection, strength. No, none of those are going to work. Okay, we'll do the rebirth sign. Alright, so the spiral goes in, so we need to find the in spiral. Yep, that looks about right. And making sure I am correct. Spirituality. Why not? Emmett Burroughs. They found a man just now in that house where all them ravens were. Wish I hadn't seen, but I did. He was sheet white, but it was his eyes that are going to give me nightmares. All black they were. It was like he weren't there anymore. I don't need to wait around for another sign. He means Escalera and other stuff were black. I'm taking my family to Seedburg, and I'll be taking a Labula to see us safely through. Labulae, or Libula, are purported to offer reassurance in times of upheaval and change, but they are not held in high regard by most scholars of the occult. That being said, an imbuement of wisdom shows that a libula is not merely decorative. The power there, okay, somebody messed up, is in symbology, is in power. Nope, I was wrong. There is power in symbology, and the old thaumaturgs knew well. Wisdom and change. Okay, then I already know what it is. It's over here. It's this one. Okay. You know, I just realized something. In the Cult of the Lamb, they use that same symbol for the lamb's crown. the wisdom symbol. That's interesting. Got you tabbed up, Professional Alert. Thank you for the alert, Professional. I will be ending stream in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to put the symbols on this and get her going. Did I pass the symbol already? And here it is. Okay. Libula. I'll call it libulae. Libulae. Okay. Wisdom. It's usually with an orange color. Wisdom and Sophia. That was our first mystical magical Monday. Wisdom. Use this one. Okay. And this is the perfect time to end the day. And we finished the demo too. Thanks for playing the Strange Antiquities demo. There's a lot more to uncover in the full version of the game. More gameplay elements to discover that we won't spoil for you here. More secrets to unearth and a sinister plot involving ancient deities, dark articles, and a meddlesome priest that will lead to one of several unique endings. Alright, that was Strange Antiquities, folks. I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. It really whet my palate. I want to play the full game now. Hold on a minute. I honestly just love these kinds of games. I love that they did callbacks a couple of times to their Strange Horticulture game. This, I will probably dig around and try to find their Discord because I like what they're doing. It's right into that cozy horror genre that I love so much. And I think we will be digging more into this genre that I had no idea was a subgenre, by the way. I don't like, how do I say this? I don't like scary stuff. I don't do scary movies. I don't do scary games. Mysterious stuff? Cryptic stuff? Oh, I'm down. I'm always down. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out and just playing and trying to figure stuff out with me, you know? Again, mysteries are just piece de resistance. We didn't even take an intermission. So, but really quick, we're going to, whether you chatted, lurked, worked, crafted, folded laundry, or just vibe with the cozy chaos, I absolutely appreciate you. Special thanks to everyone supporting the Traction fundraiser. Empress Knight stopped by and donated $5. I'm so fucking excited. Everyone helping keep the internet alive for $10 at a time. Exclamation tip at any point, whether I'm in stream or if you're just on the channel and you want to enter chat and do it that way, that's perfectly fine. And I'm not streaming at the time. And again, this beautiful little community of weirdos and cozy chaos enjoyers. I want you guys to remember to stay curious, stay kind, and maybe don't adopt any antique objects that whisper your name. You know, that's usually bad news. And see you guys on the next one. Thank you so much for tuning in. But now I gotta raid out, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
We got pomegranate. Wow, that's a little sweet. Shit. That was a little sweetness. If I do say so myself. Mm-hmm. Sweetness. That was good. I'm not gonna lie. Mm. Uh-huh.
You don't want to be like